Thank you for attending our meeting today. This is the regular meeting for March 22nd of the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida. I would ask you at this time if you would like to join us in our invocation and pledge of allegiance, both of which are going to be led by our own county attorney, Denise Lynn.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for providing for us today an amazing spring day. We thank you for allowing us to live in a community where we can gather on days like today and have our leaders make decisions in the best interests of our citizens. Lord, many in our community have heavy hearts today. We've lost some amazing members of our community rather unexpectedly. Lord, we ask you to please be with the family and friends of these departed and provide comfort for them and give them the strength that we know that only you can give them. Lord, please watch over our men and women serving us, both locally and abroad. Please bring them home safely every night and from their deployments to their families who are waiting for them. Lord, please be with our leaders today as they make the tough decisions. Please give them discernment and wisdom that they would make the decisions that would be in the best interest of the citizens and to your glory. In the Lord's name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lynn. Thank you, everyone. Again, I will remind everybody for housekeeping purposes that we ask you to not have conversations in the boardroom. If you need to talk, if you could take that outside, please. Also, when it comes time for public comment, we'll go over a little more detail then. So next up will be our roll call, please.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. It's 22nd day of March, 2022. In attendance are Chairman Ronald E. Kitchen, Jr., First Vice Chair Ruthie Shaba, Second Vice Chair Holly Davis, Commissioners Scott Carnahan and Jeff Kennard, County Administrator Randy Oliver, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lynn.
Thank you very much. Under approval of the agenda, we have a couple additions. C4, which is a proclamation for a local person, and item E23, which is the defensive driving contract that needed a slight modification. Also, we'll be deleting item H1 as that was being pulled, and also item E13. Those are the only changes to the agenda that I'm aware of. So,
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the agenda with additions of C4, E23, and deletion of H1 and E13.
It's E16.
did I say,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, 16. I'll have to
All
check
right.
to make sure.
Second.
Okay. Okay, any other discussion on that? All in favor say, I'm sorry, what?
Mr. Oliver, were you going to pull G2?
We can either pull G2 or we can discuss it. I know that you desire some additional information. I think some others may also, but that's up to you all.
According to the video, that three of the four of us here wanted more information, so.
That's fine. We can pull that if the chair so.
Well, let's leave it on there. We'll discuss where you are with getting the more information, and we'll go from there. So if it's nothing more than an update, then we can go with that. Okay, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, wait a minute, I don't have a second down for that. I have Commissioner Kennard making the motion. Carnahan made that, I'm sorry, okay. Commissioner Carnahan makes the second. So, and everyone voted aye. All in favor, aye. Okay, and that passes unanimously. One thing I will like to do, just to remind everybody, is approximately 1:15, we are scheduled for the Library Governing Board meeting. I'm not going to interrupt this time, open to the public for that. So once we start open to the public, we're going to complete open to the public. Then we're going to go to the library board, because we had a lot of people sitting here last time. They're upset that they had to sit here for a long time until we got to that. So we're going to do open to the public. If you want to speak about the library board, I would suggest you wait until the library board meeting. But anything other than that, open to the public would be the time to do it. Okay, so we have the consent agenda, which is in front of you. I believe it goes today only through items B4, as I see. What is your wish with the consent agenda, Commissioners?
Tired consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
So a motion by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Is there any further board discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously. Okay, proclamations. We have C1 through C4 now,
Motion to
Commissioners.
approve proclamations, C1 through C4.
Second.
So motion by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Kennard. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Commissioners, we'll come down front for the presentations. You the man.
For those individuals representing the American Red Cross Month, come forward, please. The Board of County Commissioners, Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation, American Red Cross Month. Whereas in time of crisis, people in Citrus County come together to care for one another. This humanitarian spirit is part of the foundation of our community and exemplified by American Red Cross volunteers and donors. And whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. Today, more than 140 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity of the American Red Cross volunteers here in Citrus County, who continue to carry our clear life-saving legacy. They join the millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, donate financially, or learn vital life-preserving skills through the Red Cross. And whereas in Citrus County, the contributions of local Red Cross volunteers give hope to the most vulnerable in our darkest hours, whether it's providing emergency shelter, food, and comfort for families devastated by local disasters like home fires, supporting service members and veterans, along with their families and caregivers through the unique challenges of military life, helping to save the lives of others with first aid, CPR, and other skills, or delivering international humanitarian aid. In 2021, the Red Cross volunteers assisted 37 families and 125 individuals who experienced a home fire. And whereas their work to prevent and alleviate human suffering is vital to strengthening our community resilience, we dedicate this month of March to all those who continue to advance the noble legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, who lived by her words, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." We ask others to join in the commitment to give back in our community. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida is hereby proclaiming the month of March 2022 a Red Cross Month in Citrus County, Florida. I encourage all citizens of Citrus County to reach out and support its humanitarian mission, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
I'm George McCann, a community volunteer leader for the Red Cross, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank the commissioners for recognizing our organization. And we are looking for volunteers as we re-energize our effort here in Citrus County. Thank you very much.
For those individuals representing National Library Week 2022, come forward, please. Need a bigger room.
Okay,
Come on. You ready now? The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation, National Library Week 2022. Whereas libraries are cornerstone of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all. And whereas libraries of all types are the heart of their counties, cities, towns, and schools, serving their communities and play an invaluable role both in personal and virtually, in adapting to our changing world, expanding resources, and continue to meet the needs of their patrons. And whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that foster a sense of belonging and community, and have long served as a trusted and treasured institution for all members regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status. And whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs, collections, and services that are diverse as the population they serve and ensure equal access for all, offering citizens the opportunity to explore new worlds and become their best shells through access to broad ranges of material, internet resources, computers, and other technologies, multimedia content, and informational and educational programs. And whereas library supporters and advocates across the nation recognize that strong libraries make strong communities and join together to celebrate our libraries. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby proclaim April 3rd through 9th, 2022 as National Library Week and encourage our residents to visit their library in person and online. Signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Hi, my name is Sandy Price, and I'm the president of this motley crew, and I love them, and they're excellent. I want to thank all the patrons for supporting our semi-annual book sales. The one that just finished, we made $34,343 in 4 days for our library system. All of our monies have been turned over to the library system itself. The majority of the citizens in this county are really supportive of our library system. And in the past, roughly half of the book sale proceeds is what purchases the books in our book budget. So thank you all very much.
For those individuals representing Water Conservation Month, come forward, please. You can? That's it? Okay. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation Water Conservation Month. Whereas water is a basic essential need of every living creature, and whereas the state of Florida Water Management District and the Citrus County are working together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation, and whereas the Citrus County and state of Florida has designated April typically a dry month when water demands are most acute as Florida Water Conservation Month to educate citizens on and about how they can help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas Citrus County encourages and supports water conservation through various educational programs and special events. Whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference when it comes to conserving water. And whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can help by saving water and thus promote a healthy economy and community. And now therefore the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida is hereby proclaimed April 2, 2022 as Water Conservation Month in Citrus County and urge all residents and businesses to help protect our precious water resources by practicing water-saving measures. Signed by all 5 county commissioners. Is anyone here to represent Kieran Boyle Day? Kieran Boyle Day. I'll just read it for the record. The Board of County Commissioners of, oh, okay, yeah. You ready? The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida Proclamation Kieran Boyle Day. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners declares March 11, 2022 as Kieran Boyle Day in consideration for his years of service in the United States Air Force as airman stationed at Thule Air Base in Greenland from the years covering 1963 to 1965. Now therefore the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida is hereby proclaimed March 11 as Kieran Boyle Day in Citrus County, Florida, and in honor and tribute to his dedication and exceptional service to our nation, and thank him for service in the United States of America. Signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to change my mind. We're going to go back to the 115 because we just dealt with the library. Let's deal with the library, and then that meeting should be very short, and then we won't have any time constraints on the rest of the board meeting. So at this time, I'm going to adjourn, not adjourn, I'm going to recess the Board of County Commissioners meeting, governing board. So if those other members would like to join us now. And as these folks come up, I just want to remind everybody, hopefully the confusion about this will get less, but what we're going to be doing today is we have a resolution that the board chose which one they wanted to move forward with at the last meeting. Today's only bit of business will be to vote on that resolution. Is that correct, Madam Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, with that said, can we have a roll call of this board, please?
This is a special library district governing board meeting this 22nd day of March 2022. In attendance are Crystal River Councilman Ken Brown, Inverness City Councilwoman Jackie Hepfer, Chairman Ronald E. Kitchen Jr., First Vice Chair Ruthie Schleybaugh, Second Vice Chair Holly Davis, Commissioner Scott Carnahan and Jeff Kennard, County Administrator Randy Oliver, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lynn.
Thank you very much. And again, according to the agenda, we usually begin these meetings with open to the public and end them with open to the public, but seeing that there's only one item for vote today, we probably can combine all that. So at the last meeting, this board moved to go forward with the resolution before us today. So probably be appropriate to have the attorney read that resolution, and then we'd be looking for a motion to adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the resolution. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're being asked to consider a resolution of the governing body of the Citrus County Special Library District of Citrus County, Florida, providing for changes to the dates and terms of appointments of members of the Library District Advisory Board, providing for a change in the method of appointment of members to the Library District Advisory Board, providing for a change to the frequency of meetings of the Library District Advisory Board, providing for removal of the lifetime appointment of Joseph Bowler, providing for delegation of the authority to announce vacancies to the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, and providing changes to the frequency of meetings of the Library District Advisory Board, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, any questions about that? And if not, we'd be looking for a motion to...
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I
Commissioner
make a motion
Kennard.
to adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the resolution providing for changes to Special Library District Advisory Board.
Okay, and was that Councilmember Hepner I heard down there on the second? All right, okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this motion? Okay, this motion is to move forward with the change as was read in the resolution. Is there any public comment on this resolution? Third and final time, I'll call for public comment on this resolution. Are you coming forward here? Okay. If you know you're going to speak, it would benefit everybody if you would try to get closer to the front of the room, just so. Yes.
Yes, I'm Margaret Hampton. I am delighted that you're making these appropriate changes. I just want to request that there are term limits so that there doesn't become de facto continuity. And also that you have not just minimum legal announcements of the positions, but rather that you advertise it in forms such as visibly at the library, where qualified individuals will actually know that there are openings and will apply. Only then will you have the best qualified applicants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. Is anyone else to comment on this resolution?
Good afternoon, board members. John Labriola, Inverness. At the last meeting, you voted to proceed with the resolution that has the 7-member library governing board rather than the 5-member commission be the ones who appoint to the library advisory board. And listening to the comments that were made after I spoke, I think a number of residents had a good point as to how that kind of even though I live in Inverness and would not be affected, I think it kind of disenfranchises people who don't live in the two cities because then they don't have a say in, in terms of where, if they don't agree with one of the two members who are, who represent those two cities, then they don't have a say in, electing or replacing them. So I think the 5-member board probably is more equitable, even though I'm from Inverness, it wouldn't be affected, just to consider everybody else who lives in the unincorporated areas. But the other thing I wanted to bring to your attention is a large number of us attended the Library Advisory Board meeting this morning. We were asked, and we respected the wishes of the County Commission on January 4th, where a narrow majority, asked us to take up the issue of the LGBT displays with the Library Advisory Board. We did that this morning. A large number of us showed up. A large number of us expressed our disagreement with those ideological displays. And the Library Advisory Board essentially, said, we don't care. That it's not, the vice chair actually said, we don't make policy. So this board, by narrow majority, said, we don't make the policy. The Library Advisory Board makes the policy. They told us, we don't make the policy, and go take it up with the County Commission. A motion was made to have the Library Director, Eric Head, propose a policy or fashion a policy for the County Commission to consider based on the comments and many comments that were made regarding the objection to the LGBT displays, which by the way, the Citrus County Chronicle said they weren't in the children's section. They were in the entrance. So unless children come in through the window, they all see them coming in. So that I would like you all to consider that today as the applications come before you to replace these members of the Library Advisory Board. Very important because they basically disrespected us. They had the opportunity at least to make a recommendation and to the board, and they did not. But more importantly, they stated that it is the job of the County Commission to make policy, not the Library Advisory Board. So they punted it right back to you, so it's right back in, the ball's right back in your court, as I kind of expected it would happen. So we did what the 3 commissioners said, so we're asking you, to respectfully bring this back before you, but also to replace those members of the Library Advisory Board who were so disrespectful this morning.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Martis. I live in Inverness. I agree with everything John said, so let's just put a ditto on that. I also would like to let you know that my son, who is disabled, who also received the Ray Darling Scholarship Upward Achievements Award in primary school, he moved to the middle school and noticed that there was little boys wearing dresses in the school. He confronted one of the little boys, and as a result of him confronting the little boy, he said, God only made boys and girls, and I don't understand why you're wearing a dress. So, with that being said, a couple days later, my son was beat up, put in a headlock, and punched several times, apparently from another little boy who knew the little boy that was wearing a dress. And it has affected us very deeply. My son had to go to the hospital, and he had a concussion. Since then, the school had given him a Hope Scholarship, and I'm very happy to announce that he is now attending Inverness Christian Academy. I don't believe the LGBT, the alphabet people, should be in the school. I don't believe they should be in the library. It is affecting children coming into the library, thinking that the library is a safe learning place that is supposed to be respected, and it's giving our children the bad impression that it's okay to be like that. Thankfully, my son is okay. He has recovered. but I just would like to see the board members changed out frequently, and they should have term limits, and they should put conservative, good people in to make fair judgments for the children. Thank you. That's all I need to say.
Thank you. And we'll address all your points once the motion, once we're done with all public input, but I will address some of those questions about times and dates. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Gil Phelan from Lecanto. I was at the meeting this morning as well, and I've really got some questions on my mind about the competence of some of these people. You know, we have over 1,000 people signed a petition. Hundreds of people show up. The sentiment is overwhelming of what we, the people, want. But you guys ignore us, and so do they. What we want means nothing to you. It's obvious. So, but let me, a couple things, you weren't there. So the head of the thing says, well, we can't go by mob rule. And the other one says, well, just because more people want these displays gone, that's not what democracy is about. Democracy, this is from the book. Government by the people, especially the rule of the majority. That's gone. You guys, it's gone. They're gone. Now that we're awake and you guys are under the microscope, it's not going to get better, okay? I mean, we were told that, oh, well, these people aren't like Supreme Court justices. They don't have forever. Yes, they do. I don't believe it was a lie, but it was certainly misinformation, okay? What's the price? I think that's the important thing for you people. What's the price you're going to pay? You may want to look up the new law, 1557. That includes third parties, okay, who are teaching our children wrongly. They can be sued civilly. They don't have to be a teacher, okay? What's important for you guys, and I looked up your surety bonds. You have surety bonds on. It's only $2,000. That's pitiful, right? Did you know that 100 of us could each one of us sue you? We don't need a lawyer. We can write our own complaint.
I would appreciate if you'd stick to the motion about the resolution.
Well, that's about it. You guys following what we, the people, want, because we talk and talk and talk. Nothing gets done. It can't be more clear what we want, but we might as well not be here. So I think it's important to know that there are going to be costs to pay for you guys to continue ignoring us. It's not what you think, it's what we think. We're the boss. And nobody realizes that anymore. So there could be 100 of us each having a lawsuit against you, okay? And while they're under investigation by the surety company, not a lawyer, not a court, the whole budget of the county can be shut down. So those are sort of the things that you may want to consider as you continue on wanting your way instead of the people's way. We're awake, we're paying attention. So the fight may have to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Deborah Spence, Crystal River. Richard Nixon coined the term a long time ago about a moral majority, and found out that the moral majority was neither. It was neither moral nor was it a majority. There are 135,000 voters in Citrus County, and you've heard that 1,000 people signed a protest. That's not a majority. It's not a morality. It's not a plurality. So when we talk, I just heard what I heard with threats, that if you don't do what we want, then there's going to be consequences. In my mind, there's 134,000 people that don't care. You're hearing from a very local group of people. So what I'm saying is keep it as a 7-member board. Keep it as wide as we can. For those counties that are, for those areas that are upset because they're not represented, I believe they're not an incorporated area. That's their choice for their government areas. Some are done by the county and some are done by their own local areas. That's nothing to do with what we have going on here today. So my vote is to continue with the 7-person majority.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Do we have another speaker? Any other speakers?
Pettingill from Homosassa. I'm wondering who are the real jurisdictional policymakers, because we attended a meeting this morning, about 50 people spoke, and at the very end of the meeting, they said, well, we're advisory only, we don't make the decisions, you've got to go back to the county commissioners. So I think when we redo the bylaws, we've got to figure out who really has the jurisdiction of making decisions. Is it one man, Eric Head, who runs a library? What is your purpose? And I just feel like there's a gap here because we've been thrown back and forth. And I just want to make that statement because I think it's important that we don't have this situation again, and that somebody is responsible for the decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else to speak? Anyone else to speak on this motion?
Hi, my name's April McLaughlin. I'm from Beverly Hills. I feel the 7 member is the way to go. It's just 7 seems a wider group than 5. Everybody here runs from a district when they run for election. So obviously everyone in the county has representation, or you wouldn't be here. And that wouldn't work. We would just have 2 or 3 people from Inverness or Crystal River. So everybody does have representation. The board needs to be at 7 because of that. What they're saying about what happened this morning is not exactly what happened. There's some misrepresentation there. There was, everyone spoke that wanted to speak, which is the way it should be. And the banning of displays in the library is something that I really feel strongly about. Like, it shouldn't happen. This is America. We shouldn't be banning anything. There should be decorum. We shouldn't put anything that's offensive out, and we never have. But if there are some people that feel that something's offensive, there's other people that feel that other things are offensive. If we ban the books that they want, then there are going to be other people that are going to want to ban the Christmas tree and the menorah and so forth and so on. It's a public library. It's for everybody. If we use our common sense, we can work it out. Thank you.
Thank you. We need you to fill out a green card, please. Next speaker, please. And again, please try to keep it to this motion, because we do have open to the public coming up right after this, but you can talk about anything you want. Yes.
Okay. Mark Conley from Hernando. I also attended the library board meeting this morning. And what John Labriola said about what transpired at the board meeting was correct. The library advisory board basically abdicated any role in connection with setting policy for these things. I also spoke at the prior meeting objecting to the notion that the library advisory board should be a 7-member board. I do live in Hernando, and I only get 1 representative who's going to be voting on these kinds of policies, while my friends in Inverness and Crystal River get 2 representatives to vote on that. And I think that is inconsistent with the rights of the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else to address the board? Yes, ma'am.
It's me again. I wasn't going to speak today because I have spoken so many times before. But I heard a little comment, and it really caused me to get up here and say something. Our side is called communists. Do you know who the first transgender person was? You know who it was in all history? It was under Hitler. Hitler would force men and women to go through those changes against their will. And when he was done with them, he killed them. That's a fact. You know what else is communists? Communists are anti-God people. This whole movement is anti-God because God says there's a right and wrong and a good and bad. And I'm sorry that we have morality is twisted today. It's evil for good and good for evil. God said it's wrong.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board at this time on this resolution? I'm sorry? Could you give us your name, please? Okay. just so we have it in the tape.
I've been here so
My
many
fault.
times before.
Okay.
Mary Cedar, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else to address the board at this time? Okay, so we're going to close public comment to the board. Just a couple things I'm going to address before we do any discussion on the motion. Again, according to my records, the motion is by Commissioner Kennard to adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the resolution, and that was seconded by Commissioner Hepner. Okay, just so you folks know, all those things you talked about, term limits, et cetera, addressed in here. It is a 7-member board consisting of the folks sitting up here. I too have heard the same thing. To me, it's not a deal breaker. Everybody in Citrus County votes on every commissioner. So if you live in District 1, you still get to vote for the commissioner in District 2, 3, 4, 5. You get to vote on them all. Other people said, well, if I live in the city, then I'm getting 2 representatives. Well, I guess that's the benefit of paying more taxes and living in the city, So I'm not going to break, to me, this whole thing, just so we stay clear on this, is about getting it right. Okay? The attorney and the administrator said, hey, there's mass confusion here, and these months have been spent trying to straighten it out. So I think we're coming down the road to do that today. If this motion passes, okay, this being made, which it should, since we all voted to bring this motion back for adoption today, if this resolution passes, just so you'll know, later on today in the county agenda is that we are going to announce these applications, okay? Applications will be taken for the Library Advisory Board. The deadline will be the 5th of April. Okay, so I hope everybody's writing this down, putting it in their date savers or whatever. That will be the 5th of April. If this resolution passes, the announcing of applications will be delegated to the BOCC, which we'll do today. If that, then after the deadline of the 5th, the vote to appoint people to the board will take place at a meeting of this 7-member board at 1:15 on April 26th. Okay, so if everybody's clear about those dates, and it's important that everybody hear what everybody has to say today, because if you're advocating to be on that board, stay on that board, or have somebody taken off that board, the 7 people up here's job is to go through every one of those resumes and appoint the people that they think are best qualified for that job. So if you're gonna lobby or advocate for, against, or whatever, that will be the time to do it. So today's Library Governing Board meeting will be, I would think, relatively short. I would think the one on the 26th will be much longer. So you folks from the municipalities may want to pencil out a little more time, perhaps, for that day. Okay, so, and again, the policy is just that. There was much confusion. We were willing to make the policy, some of us here at the BOCC. We decided not to step on the Library Governing Board's toes, give them the opportunity. If in fact what I heard today was the same, is that they said they are an advisory board, which is what my feeling has always been, that this board gives direction. So my understanding would be that the 7-member board would be the one that makes the policy. Would be your understanding as well, Madam Attorney? The policy about, today, if they said, we don't make policy about displays, that's up for the library board to make. Would it be the 7-member board, or would it be the BOCC board?
I need to go back and look and see what happened today, because I wasn't there, so it's difficult for me to say what they said, and I believe that it would be currently up to the library director to create the policy, so.
Okay.
I'll have to look at that.
Well, that's the one question remaining is if we said we can't make it and they say they can't make it, I always thought these boards were the policy-setting boards. Either you're advisory to the elected people and the elected people set the policy.
I'm not sure what happened
Okay.
today.
But in either case, we'll get that question resolved. The other one is about deadline, April 5th for applications, and the positions will be awarded or the appointments will be made on April 26th, okay? Other member comments about the motion? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I really appreciate all the comments, and there was a couple comments made today, and there was a few comments made at the last meeting about why does the cities of Crystal River and why does the city of Inverness have a representative on the board, and I live in Lecanto or Floral City, whatever, and I don't have that vote. Well, it goes back to 1984, when each of those cities were invited to participate in a special taxation for the library board. The cities at that time could have refused to participate, thus not paying a special tax item. The cities agreed that they would pay the tax item, and it was agreed by the BOCC at that time to allow a representative from each of those municipalities to be a member of the governing board. So that answers why the city of Crystal River and the city of Inverness is there. Floral City is not a city. Hernando's not a city. Homosassa is not a city. If they were a city, they probably would have been given the same option that the cities of Crystal River and Inverness were given. So I hope, for those of you that were a little confused on that, hopefully that will clear it up. And if you have an issue with that, it goes back to 1984, when this was all passed. Secondly, the definition of an advisory board is an advisory board. They serve at the pleasure of the governing board. So they do not make policy, is my understanding.
That would be mine.
They make a suggestion or advice to this governing board with their director, and then it's up to this governing board to make decisions on policy changes. Now, day-to-day business, I don't know about you guys, I don't want to get micromanagement into Mr. Head's management of the library, but when it comes to definitive policy changes, yes, it comes to this governing board. And if I'm incorrect, please correct me at that. Lastly, I do have one question, though. On the fourth whereas, it says 4 years for the term limit. And then if I go to the page 8, it says 2 years. So I need to know.
That's the old one, and the other one's the new one.
So is it 4 years or is it 2 years?
The original resolution said 4 years. However, there was an attempted resolution somewhere after that which attempted to change it to 2, which it's questionable whether that was a proper position to take, but then the library board started doing 2 years. So this is just a codification of that attempt and what is in practice.
Okay, so it's 2 years.
2.
2 years. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Any other comments on the motion? Okay, I see no other board comments. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. So, board, we will see this board back at 1:15 on April 26th.
Thank you.
And we will do those presentations. So, thank you, folks,
too
very
soon.
much. We'll adjourn the special governing body of the library district, and now we're going to reconvene. As those folks are leaving, we are now moving to the public input section of the regular BOCC agenda. So if you would like to address the board on any issue, this is the time to do that. You know how we do this, 3 minutes for an individual, 5 minutes for a group. If you have a letter on file with the clerk saying that you represent that group, please let the timekeeper know when you speak. And if you haven't done so before you speak, please do right after that you fill out a green card for the clerk. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Asmus. I'm with the Florida Department of Transportation in Lake City, Florida. We're here today to give you an update from the kickoff meeting that we had for the PD&E study that goes from red level to just north of Chiefland. So in February, the department hosted 3 kickoff meetings, and we had over 220 attendees and 82 public comments that we are working on, written comments that have come into the department. We're thankful that everybody did show up, and we're thankful for the encouragement from the commission for their folks to join us at those meetings. Now that the kickoff meeting has been completed, we're just getting started collecting the base information, so things such as existing drainage culverts, the age of them, the condition of them, traffic. We're collecting the traffic information along that section, but we're just basically getting started with the base information. No lines on map have been drawn out yet. We're just collecting that foundational information to move forward to those next steps. But again, we just wanted to come today and to provide an update of where we are. And again, thank you all for your encouragement of your public to come to those meetings. And we want to be good neighbors, and we'll be back at the next commission meeting and provide an update at the next time too. So just
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can we have the next speaker, please? And I will, just as an official thing, we'd invite you anytime to come and give us an update, and if you would like to be on the agenda to make a presentation at any time, just let Mr. Oliver know. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Commissioner, my name's Daniel Lillard. I'm a resident of Hernando. I'm here today basically to inform the county that I own property that parallels Terra Vista. The streets involved are West Cape Court and North Jill Street. North Jill Street has all the appearances of being a street, but is in fact a right-of-way that's owned by me and my neighbors. And so I'm here to let you know that I'm closing the right-of-way to residents and authorized personnel only. And this impacts the county only because you used the right-of-way to go into the pumping station or the well that's inside Terra Vista. You familiar with that? No, there's a big well operation in there. And I've talked to the utility guy that maintains it, but I haven't spoken to anybody at the utility office itself. Currently, the right-of-way is being used by dog walkers, joggers, race car drivers, people coming down for late-night liaisons, and it's becoming a bit of a nuisance. And so I'm going to put up 2 gates. One will close Terra Vista, and one will close Jill Street, AKA my right-of-way. And they will be unlocked, and of course, the county has, permission to use, the right-of-way to access their property at the well station. But this is your opportunity to tell me I can't, in the event that you want to say I can't.
We'll make any comments about this when everybody's done with their, but I can tell you our policy is we don't make legal decisions. We leave that to the attorneys, but we'll address that after everybody speaks.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Rena Murray. I am a lifetime resident of Citrus County, and I am really asking you to remove the LBG displays for the library or anything of a political agenda, and this is why. There is no way that you can cover everyone having a whole month, every different group, every different opinion. You can't have one and be all-inclusive. That is the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard, when people will say that. You cannot cut out one and have that opinion. You will have so many people upset because it's not just what people believe in the Bible, 27 violations. It's also what Muslims think about it. It's also what Mormons think, Jehovah's Witnesses. You have the list on and on. It's a bad idea to bring politics in the library in the first place. That is supposed to be a place of education. You're supposed to be learning there, not having anything to do with that. I mean, that is just completely inappropriate in any form. Any form of sexual promotion to children, by law, you should be arrested. It's unacceptable. And it just doesn't matter what anyone's opinion is or how they want to feel included. I, of all people, would know what it's like to be left out. I have spent my entire life, because of a medical mistake, being disabled. And you don't hear me crying about it or asking for a special month devoted to me because of it, or people like me. And I'm sick and tired of it. If your beliefs make you feel that way, you have got to change your belief system, that you need all the attention, you need the eyes focused on you. And there are ways to change that. It is possible. I have friends who have come out of that lifestyle, and that is an option. But if people want to live that, that's not what anyone is talking about. No one has a problem with that. It is simply that it has no right being promoted to children. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Tira Otto, and I live in the Citrus County. And I'm totally against advertising for the LGBT, where our children who are very, very observant see it all. If they want to have that information for people, it should be for adults. It should be on the shelves where they can get access to it. I believe that this is a moral issue, it's a godly issue. We all pray for the highest and greatest good, for God's will to be done. I heard it said here today. We need God's will to be done, and if God's will is not done, and we are promoting something that is sinful to God, then we are going to suffer consequences for it. So I hope that and pray that everyone will make the right choices. Our children are important to all of us, and I know we all love children. Please don't do this to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another speaker?
Deb Spence, Crystal River. I too am sick and tired of having to come up here and talk about a single issue of homosexuality. I'd like for it to be done and over with. So I'm going to talk today about something different, and that's about the supervisor elections in Citrus County. I'm impressed with how the elections are run in this county. I come from an area where voters were often told, vote early, vote often. That's no longer appropriate in our day and age. People are able to look up all of their voting records. They're able to see if something changed. They're able to see if somebody voted in their name. We can see if when an absentee ballot was sent out and when the absentee ballot was returned. Everybody can check their own status. What I'm asking for this board is to provide an affirmation that the Citrus County Supervisor for election, that the elections in this county, just this county, are fair, honorable, and equitable. That we keep hearing, and we heard this morning at the library, about fake elections. And I'm tired of hearing fake elections when I know the dedicated staff at our election board does their damned finest to provide accurate elections. So I'm looking for an affirmation from this board in support of the Supervisor of Elections.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
I'm Margaret Hampton from Hernando, and we are delighted to be in a community where the Supervisor of Elections has such integrity and attention. And the comments this morning at the board were not about our local elections. So I just want to thank our Supervisor of Elections too. I also want to say that Mr. Labriola's comments about the conduct of the meeting this morning, spot on. He was very accurate, no matter who wants to detract from it. I am a lifetime academic and researcher. I seek balance. I seek to know the truth and to know the fullness of the facts. And I've been accused too often by one side or another of, gee, you're taking their side. No, I'm not taking a side. I'm trying to make sure that each side is heard and understood. How can we reach agreement if we don't listen and understand? And one of the most critical issues here, it's not, do I have a preferred lifestyle? Are my feelings getting hurt? Or, to me, what God has to say is very important. But that's, you are not making religious decisions. You have to represent the bulk of the people in this community, which is a democracy, but you also have to protect our children. And there are thousands of medical and psychological studies about the mental health issues and physical health issues in homosexuality. There are studies that prove that people are not born gay. They're born with male or female genes. Some people, a minority, have some hormonal imbalances that can be corrected. And some people have life influences where there's one parent that they cannot identify with because of very horrific family circumstances. So they lean to the other. There are all kinds of influences. But it is across the board shown that the, quote, lifestyle is physically harmful, mentally harmful, rife with drug abuse, partner abuse, encouragement of child pornography. They have shown that in study after study. But also the suicide rates are so high and the proven shortened lifespan. The people that I have met who have come out of the lifestyle, one used to
Thank you.
led gay parades in San Francisco.
Thank you.
They
Time's
can come out.
expired.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Margaret Martis once again, Citrus County. I also believe that this is a battle between good and evil, and the good shall win, because God is the ruler and the judge, and if these children are going to be corrupt, they may not be, I don't know. This is the first time I've really been such involved in an issue, such involved in coming to meetings. And I just want to see what's right. I don't want to see evil in the schools. I don't want to see evil in the library, because God will get you if you're evil. I'm sorry. That's just what I believe. And my son also said, Mom, I thought that there was supposed to be people in the school that protected the children, and I was not protected. Therefore, you know, he was damaged. I said he was recovered, but he still has mental issues, and he goes to a counselor once a week, and he's working through his difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Nappy. I'm a resident of Citrus County. I live in Inverness, and I'm a conservative Christian. But this isn't about, right now, I don't see this as good versus evil. My personal opinion is that. But I see this as an assault on parents' rights. Let me tell you a quick story. Years ago, I was seeing a young lady, and she was raising her child. I was helping him. He was a good kid. He went to school. He got in trouble. He got suspended. We agreed. He was wrong. He was suspended. But this school board decided that all kids who were suspended had to go through a classroom training before they went back in. And we had to go through it as well. And it taught them about huffing household chemicals to get high. It taught them about torturing small animals. And they said it was so they'd have to know not to do this. Well, the kid had never done this. And 2 months later, I caught him in the garage with a little lizard in his hand, putting its head into an electric wire wheel. So it enabled the kid to fail. And I'm not saying that this is going to enable them to be homosexuals, and that's wrong. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that it's a parent's choice to decide when their children learn these things and how they do it. And it's bad enough that it's all over the television and all over the internet. And an engaged parent has to spend time to keep their child away from that if that's their choice. But now to have a public library is a place that's not safe, and they have to worry about the kid going to the library, that's just wrong. So you owe it to parents here. It's not straight versus homosexual. It's not Christian versus Gentile. This is about a parent's right, and a parent reserves the right to raise the child the way they should. If a parent wants a child to know about sex when they're in kindergarten, the parent can do that. If the parent doesn't want to tell the child that until they're hit puberty, that's the parent's choice, not the board's. And you need to honor the parents and their parents' responsibility and duty to raise their children. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. If we have the next speaker, please.
My name is Phil Cody, and I live in Crystal River, and I'm also on the Friends of the Coastal Region Library Board. This issue is about education. It's not about democracy. It's not about civil rights. It's not about anything but education. I spent most of my life growing up and living in a large rural urban area. I knew many people of the LGBT community. Physicians, a Catholic priest, a Lutheran minister, a neighbor of 20 years, who she and her wife were some of the finest people I've known. I disagree with some of the issues that were brought up here, saying that God created man and woman and it's black and white. That's not the case. Okay? That's not the case. This is about education. And those kids that are coming to the library are going to be better educated if they know what's going on. The people that I knew that were of the gay community did not become members of that LGBTQ community because of something they read in a book. That's not the way it works. Okay? They maybe learned about themselves and were educated about themselves because of what they read. But they didn't become members of that community because of what they read. Okay? I happen to be a fairly strong anti-gun advocate. There are 2 books in our library by Wayne LaPierre, the NRA. That's more dangerous to me than the books about the LGBT community. So it's a matter of education. And if you eliminate that, where does it stop? Okay? If I come and suggest maybe we shouldn't have books by Wayne LaPierre in the library because it's dangerous, the Second Amendment's been misconstrued for years. Most people don't know why the founders of our country and our Constitution, writers of the Constitution, put it in there. It wasn't so to give people freedom, carte blanche to buy a gun and do whatever they want to with it. That's not what the Second Amendment was put in there for. It was because 25% of the population at the time wanted to stay with the throne of England. And the government was concerned that that was going to be a problem, a revolution of some kind. Okay? Again.
Excuse me. No more outbursts, please.
It's a matter of education. And what you're doing, if you restrict things like the library had with the display, you're eliminating some education.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Patty Kendrick. I'm from Floral City. I'm starting to get used to this speaking in front of people thing, so I'm getting a little better. But I do want to just contradict a little bit of what was just said about you don't change your gayness or whatever because of education. And also, is this education something that what we're talking about is children here. We're not talking about adults. My whole thing with this is age appropriate. And I feel like if a child comes in the library and sees these colors in the LGB and they say, "Mommy, what is that?" Well, it's because women want to be lesbians or bisexual or and they need to. Is this something we need to be talking to our children about? I'm kind of losing it here. I've lost my But what I really want to know with the library board and everything, it seems like there are no regulations. It seems like there are no policies. And I would think that there are policies. Are we going to have displays on candy or other groups like swingers or Dominic's thing? Are there any lines to draw? I guess is my point. Or is it all what I just heard from this gentleman? Education. Everything should be educated. So in other words, if I want a display on the swinging lifestyle, is that going to be displayed in the library? I don't know. This whole thing, I wish it was over. I know you all wish it was over. This morning, what I got was a lot of hate from the other side, from the friends. It's like they think their way is the way. All of you all think your way is the way. There's no compromise. You just want to roll your eyes back at me and go, "Oh, she's a wacko," or something like that. It's not a wacko. It's a thing about just drawing education or putting displays that are appropriate for children, a certain age. I don't care if you want to put in a back room or something like that. That's cool. I just don't really feel like it's appropriate for children. I didn't do such a great job this time.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to be here. Next speaker, please.
I really don't believe I'm getting up here. But
could you give us your name, please?
My name is Bobby Beswick. Mm-hmm. If you're going to promote one lifestyle, what about promoting family lifestyle? What about promoting the other side of the equation? Not just this LBG thing. Families, husband, wife, children, mother, children. I don't see displays of that in the library. And this should be taught at home. I'm a Christian, but I don't believe in banning books. But I don't believe this is for children. And I'm thinking of my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. Promote the family lifestyle. I don't see that, the other side of the equation. It's all one-sided, 1-0. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is anyone else anyone else to address the board today? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rohini De Silva. Once again, I'm going to repeat, I'm an attorney, graduated with honors from Columbia Law School, admitted to the bar in New York and California. And the reason I'm saying that is because a member of the Library Advisory Board took it upon herself to insult me and call me insane and copy every single member of the board and make a public issue of it. This is the only person I have heard insulting anyone else. Nobody who's speaking here has insulted anybody, tried to intimidate anybody. We tried to have a civilized conversation. And this lady has previously assaulted another member, and with no consequences. And this is not the way to go. We beat you up and call you insane, and unless we get our own way, what is this? One of the other issues that was raised was the legislature has just passed a law protecting kids from grades 1 through 4 or 3. That is the opinion and the consensus of the elected official of the state. We ourselves are representing our own county, and we are saying, protect our kids. Mr. Labriola presented a petition with 800 signatures. That was totally ignored. It might as well have been a piece of garbage. Nobody said anything about it. The Library Advisory Board refused to take a position until I got up and insisted that they take a position. And they voted it down 7-2. And the point was, the petitions mean nothing. The members of this county talking mean nothing. The members of this state talking mean nothing. So then who gets a say? What are we, a communist country where a little minority says stuff and everyone else has to obey? Let me tell you what they've done. They started with abortion. Oh, just a little blob. We have 60 million babies that have been killed. Then they went into transgender. They have totally destroyed girls' sports. Who's the girl who's going to spend her life practicing, trying to win some event, to have some gentleman show up and just erase her records? World records are being dropped. This group has not been correct in what they have said. I have given more than enough links to articles showing the enormous harm that's been done to little children. That's why we are requesting, you want these books, keep them in a private, locked-up section.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And we appreciate you coming and sharing your thoughts with us. So. Yes, sir.
John Labriola again, Inverness. I just want to address a couple of things. One is like this is getting to the point of I feel that the county is disrespecting the public because we're told, I'm not saying any specific member of the board, but we're told, no, go here. They can address it. Then we come back here. No, it's these other people. We're back here again, and we've done everything that this board has asked us to do. The narrow majority that voted the way it did on January the 4th, and we appreciate the other two members that wanted to go ahead and finalize this issue on January the 4th, Chairman and Commissioner Carnahan. But we're back here. We did what the majority said at the last meeting. We went and we went before the Library Advisory Board. We were told, if you have an issue with these displays, take it up with the Library Advisory Board. We did that, and we were disrespected. And now I think it's really, this is back in your court. And the other thing is like this whiplash thing. I feel like every single time we come here, there's a different legal opinion that comes out of the legal department. On the January 4th meeting, the attorney made it very clear that it is not the library governing board that makes policy. That was a discussion that, 5-minute discussion, that it's not the library governing board that makes policy, not the 7, it's the 5. And that was settled. And now she's saying that she needs to see a tape of what they discussed. What does seeing a tape have to do with what she's already determined? The ordinance, the established existing ordinance, no motion was passed, no action was taken, so why would that affect who it is who decides policy? That's what I don't understand. Like, how can, something that was said a couple of months ago just go right down the rabbit hole? The attorney said, and she ruled and was very clear, that it's the BOCC, not the Library Governing Board, that makes policy. That the Library Governing Board, essentially, I guess they make decisions, they come in for the library budget, and now apparently also make appointments to the Library Advisory Board. But policy, the attorney said, the policy is set by this board, not the Library Governing Board. Why would she have to watch the video of what was said? How would that have changed the ordinance? That to me makes no sense. So we want to know, is this an issue of discrimination? Is it just like, let's see how we can cobble together a majority to block them again? If it's not the 5, if we can't do it with the 5, then bring in these 2 extra people. And we heard from one of them already, who's Mr. Brown, who sounds like he's very adamant about keeping these displays going. So is that the idea? Is it like, let's pile on, let's pack the Supreme Court or whatever, let's bring in more people? What is this? If the policy is one, if the ordinance says one thing and the attorney says it is the BOCC, not the Library Governing Board, it needs to stay the BOCC, not change based on whatever the desired outcome it is, okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there another speaker?
Hi, Mary Ann Parker from Homosassa. Let's say that the library displays a book for ages 5 to 14 entitled Tom Gets a Best Friend. The book describes how a young boy had a hard time obtaining a friend to talk with and to play with, but he ends up making friends with a best friend. He finds a friend. Great book. But suppose the library displays a different book for ages 5 to 14 entitled John Gets a Best Friend, describing their intimate sexual journey. That would be a redefinition of the word best friend in the context of childhood. That is why the library displays have become a problem to many of us in the community. We do not want to ban any book in the library. If there is such a book like this, it can remain there, just out of the hands of young children. But a literature that is of controversial sexual nature should be placed out of the hands of children. We do not want to shove children into a heterosexual lifestyle before the age of consent. And likewise, we do not want to shove children into a lesbian homosexual lifestyle before the age of consent. Actually, we don't want children shoved into any kind of lifestyle. There are many things that we do not want our children exposed to before they are mentally and physically ready to accept the responsibility that comes with that certain exposure. We just ask that you respect our rights as parents to train up our child in the way that we feel they should be led. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public input at this time?
Barbara Lord from Hernando. In the beginning, first of all, thank you for letting us come and speak with you. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But in America, we have taught our children that they have come from chance. What is chance? Who is chance? What does he look like? Is it a figment of our imagination? What power does chance have? None. Then it says in Genesis 1:27, God created man in his own image. He created him. Male and female, he created them. In America, though, we can claim to be either male or female, as we wish. Is this rebellion against God? Is this beyond reality? In Exodus 20 and other passages, God said, we are not to murder. For 5 decades now, we have murdered millions of preborn and some even born babies. But in America, this is legal. Do you see a pattern here? Today, we are considering whether we, as a community library and commissioners, should put up a display which will promote and recruit for the homosexual lifestyle, which can become bondage for the participants. In Leviticus 20:13, God says, when a man lies with a man, it is an abomination. 1 Corinthians chapter 6 lists it among other sins, such as thieves, adulterers, abortionists, and others. Extortionists and others. Romans 1:26 and 27, even women exchange the natural use for what is against nature. Homosexuality is a perversion. Jesus said, whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depths of the sea. So I think Jesus took this seriously. If we cause little ones to sin, and if you approve these displays, you're probably going to cause someone to sin. And by the way, it can appeal to adults as well as children. So I just appeal to you today to ask the library board to just drop this display. Do not be held by political correctness. Be courageous. Do what you know is right for this community. Citrus County can be different. We don't have to conform to other people. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. I could tell you weren't anxious about coming up here, so we appreciate the bravery it takes to get up and speak in public. Is there anyone else would like to do that? Come up and address the board at this time. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to close public comment. Commissioners, anybody have a few comments? I'll hold mine in reserve. Anybody want to address anything? Yes, sir. Commissioner Kennard.
I'll go ahead and get us started.
Mm-hmm.
The gentleman that got up and spoke about closing the right-of-way, my understanding from what he said was that county staff would still have access to get back to the Charles A. Black, I think anyway, but it was just closing it off to everyone else. I would assume that Ken and our group is aware of what's happening there, so I'm seeing a head nod, so it doesn't sound like it's an issue for us, but I guess for the other folks that have been abusing this gentleman's property, they've now got to go elsewhere. Let's see here, and Supervisor of Elections is doing a great job. I would agree. Our former Supervisor of Elections did an absolutely phenomenal job, and our current Supervisor of Elections and her staff, Mo Baird, also I believe are just doing an absolutely dynamite job. So they would get my 100% support for sure.
Okay. What do you think, Commissioner Davis?
I cannot add a thing. He said everything I wanted to say.
Okay. Anybody down here, any comments? No? No?
I do.
Yes, Commissioner Slabaugh.
Mr. Chairman, I support the supervisor of election. I think that I'm thankful for the past supervisor elections and for Mo Baird right now sitting in that position. The library displays, we've talked about it now for a year, and we've all said the same things, and each time there might be somebody different that maybe hasn't heard our stand on it, but from what I understand, that a complaint was filed, it was heard by the library, the lab board, and then that board chose to take no action. Unfortunately, you might not like that vote, but the process was followed. Now, if the process needs to be looked at, I have confidence in Maricel and Eric and our staff, Randy Oliver, that they can review the matter and take care of it. And again, the displays are no longer up. They were up in June. They are not there anymore. So I don't know if people understood that, but that seems to come up a lot. But then I am confident that something fair and in the process will be for all of our citizens. And, you know, we're over 56,000. So I do have confidence in our staff, and hopefully if they need to decide to look at it, then they will take care of that. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Carnahan, you said you didn't have anything to add? Okay, well, I'm not happy with the way it is. I've said that in the past. I don't believe in passing the buck. I never have. It's not staff's job to set policy. It's the elected official's job to set policy. I'm talking, please, I have the floor. If you're going to speak and interrupt, say it in a microphone so everybody can hear what you're saying. All right? So, with that said, what has happened here is exactly that. Go to this group, they send them to this group. Go to this group, they're sent to another group. We've all seen it happening. And all we've asked up here is let's get it straightened out. Let's get it so that the same thing applies to everybody. So there's all kinds of confusion that seems to have taken place since the beginning. No one has ever talked about banning any books. No books would be banned, okay? This was about, in my mind, the one subject of displays that are meant to draw attention and help promote something. That's why we do displays. If you're trying to draw attention to a special month, you put a display up for it. That's for people to look at it and recognize it, and that puts government support behind that display, okay? All I've heard from the very beginning is people said, we don't care what people's sexual orientation is. We just don't want our tax dollars spent promoting it, period. No matter what it is. In the very beginning, Commissioner Carnahan and I made a motion that said we should adopt a policy, because I believe, just like Councilman Brown said, it's the elected people that the citizens elect and put their trust in to set policy, not unelected advisory boards. Everybody sometimes just wants to pass it down to the unelected advisory boards and say, oh, well, that's their job. No, it's not. Their job is to say this. We have a Planning and Development Review Board. They give us their opinions. Sometimes we follow them, sometimes we don't. We don't say, oh, well, too bad, there's nothing we can do about it. Yes, there is. That's what our job is. So, again, in my mind, the policy should come from either the 7-member board or the 5-member board. In my mind, it doesn't make any difference because they're all elected people. And the policy should be, there should be no displays of any sexual orientation that moves anybody towards that. If they want to go in and get information about it, fine. But it should not be at taxpayers' expense to promote a sexual orientation, period. That's all we ever said. That's all we said in the beginning, and that's all I'm still saying. So if that I can't bring that motion back because I was on the losing end. If that motion ever came back, I would be happy to support it. And again, people would say, well, let's get on that board. Well, you can't get on that board if it's stacked against you. So that's why the attorney and the administrator said, listen, if you want to straighten it out, it took a long time to get messed up. It's going to take a few meetings to get it straightened out. I believe we're within one meeting of having this thing straightened out. So we should be on that path. Don't ever give up coming talking to your elected officials. I heard some stuff today that I absolutely agree with and stuff that I totally disagree with. But I'll tell you what, it's not going to change my mind by what I believe. I heard somebody get up and say, it's not the case that God created man and woman. Well, I believe that position is wrong, but I know I can sit and argue with that person all day long and I'll never change their mind. So why am I going to spend 2 seconds of my time trying to change their mind? I would rather get on with what we can deal with and what we can work with, and I think that would be a very simple thing to say, don't ban any books, let's just not promote any sexual orientation. That's what it came down to. Got twisted and turned. Someday maybe we'll get back to that. But if you really want to make a difference, that's what happens at election time, and you're exactly right. But what can be more frustrating if we say that happens at election time, you elect people, and the people you elect say, oh, sorry, can't do anything about it. That's the unelected advisory board. That's what you need to hold elected people accountable for, is anytime you see the buck being passed down and saying we should not step up and make a decision, that's what concerns me. So I think you're very right in doing that. Let's also go back and look at this concept too, that if it is true that people on any of our boards are abusing people, that needs to be looked into, okay? So that's twice now I've heard about different accounts and from people on that board. So you know, if we expect people to go and address our boards, they shouldn't be called insane, okay? They shouldn't be berated in any way. They should be free to express their opinion, and if the board doesn't agree with them, fine. They can express their opinion and sit down, but there shouldn't be that kind of treatment of our citizens by anybody. And let me remind you that these folks are appointed by the elected officials. So I find it interesting to say that we appoint folks, and yet we have no control over them. And that's what this is about. At any time that this board thinks that anybody on any of our boards is not doing it correctly, we can remove them. Doesn't have to wait for their term to expire. Okay? So it's up to you citizens to speak your mind. Either you're for it, you're against it, that's fine. Be nice, be civil. Try to bring facts that represent your point of view, and you know, we'll have a rational discussion. So, with that said,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you misunderstood me because I wasn't talking about policy. I was talking about filing a complaint against the display. That's what happened today. So I understand that we are to do the policy, and I just think you just misunderstood me.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, with that said, now we're going to move on to another really going to be a very smooth topic to deal with. We're going to move to H2, which is the budget presentation. So, we had to have some fun with that. Mr. Oliver, are you ready to move us into H2?
Yes, sir. While they're coming forward, I'd like to thank our budget team, Colleen Scott, Barbara Luckham, which all these people kind of work behind the scene, but I always say Barbara's our Timex watch, if you remember those commercials. Aaron Doran and Nikki Burns. So they're the people that formulate the county's budget and do a tremendous job.
Mr. Oliver, again, either you, I could, just for the public's edification, what we're doing now is we're actually starting this process before the budget actually gets really ramped up and going. The staff is always looking for input from the commissioners about what they would like to see represented in the budget, and you know, if it's addressing the needs of the people as they see it. So we're in a very early process of it. So if you like what you see, great. If you don't like what you see, you have lots of time to react to it. So.
This is basically the kickoff. You gave us some parameters before. This is the kickoff of the budget process. Obviously, we don't get the constitutional officers' budgets until June 1st. So at this point, we don't know exactly which way they're going, except perhaps by what we read in the newspaper. Okay, if we go to, in 2021, the average assessed value of a house was $137,527, less the homestead exemption of $25,000 and school exemption of $25,000. They get an additional exemption between $50,000 and $75,000. So that limits ours, as you can see by the dollar bill below, which I think graphically portrays this well. The county portion is on this typical house, $679.41. The school district is about the same. The other districts, which are Swift Mud and the Mosquito Control District, is $59, and then the city of Inverness is slightly higher than the county. The city of Crystal River is slightly lower. And then if you're in the unincorporated areas, obviously you pay no taxes to an incorporated jurisdiction. Your average tax bill in the county is $1,393.87 on this typical house. City of Crystal River, it's almost $2,000, and in Inverness, it's slightly over $2,000 for the additional services they provide. Okay, one of the confusing topics always at budget time is just value, assessed value, and taxable value. Okay, you have to remember that somebody moves into a house and they're living in the house as their primary residence and they homestead it, that property stays at that particular rate plus any adjustments that are made, you know, due to the Save Our Homes initiative, which can't go up more than 3% a year. So you could have two identical houses between each that have vastly different values because of the time that they purchased the property. So the key number to us is the taxable value, which is 11.2 billion. And that is the amount that the levy for taxes is based on. Save Our Homes was initiated in 1995. It limits the annual increases in assessed values of property that have homestead exemption. The maximum is 3%. The minimum is a percentage increase of the CPI. The last 2 years it's been in the high 1% area, and this year it's capped at 3% because things were higher than that. I would note that in 2021 there's 74,140 residential parcels. 49,991 of those are homesteaded, or 67%, which that's an extremely high number. We have a large number of homesteaded properties and not as much commercial property, if we exclude Duke, as many of our neighbors in other counties in Florida. The next slide shows you the millage rate. In 17, it was 8.3297. Over time, that has been reduced to 7.7623. And it shows you where those funds are allocated. As you can see with the taxable value history, in 2008, the taxable value was a little greater than 12 billion. We still have not come back to that level. A large part of that was the nuclear facility that was here that was decommissioned. I can't tell you how much of that specifically it was, but we're now at the a little over 11 million level. So 11 billion level. So we're still about $1 billion below the taxable value that we had in 2008. It bottomed out at a little less than 8 billion in 2015. There are 2 community redevelopment areas. In a community redevelopment area, once they adopt that, the millage rate in that area is effectively frozen, and any change in that millage rate due to assessed values goes back to the CRA. Those CRA funds are supposed to only be used for infrastructure projects within those districts. I would note if the millage rate goes up, the taxing jurisdiction keeps the increase. That increase does not go into the CRA. But this is essentially $1 million that the county has given the 2 cities that go back into these districts that would normally go into our tax values absent the CRA. This shows you the adopted budget. I would note that in 2022, we did have the total budget for 22 includes $34.3 million from the American Rescue Plan and CARES Act funding, so that makes it appear a little larger than it would be. But that shows you where the budget is. It also breaks it out for reserves and operating budgets. This is our workforce, and as you know, we've assumed responsibility for EMS. We brought fire over in a prior year. So the personnel has been increasing, as well as there have been positions that we've added during the year with the with what I call the growth money, if you will, because when you add development, you also add roads that need to be maintained, you add drainage ditches that need to be cleaned, and we need to provide the services for these additional properties that come online. General fund expenditures. I find this one the most interesting. For those that don't know, the state mandates are about $25 million. The constitutionals, which the largest constitutionals, the sheriff, is about $45.4 million. And if you notice over here, payroll and operating for things under the control of the Board of County Commissioners is another a little over $8 million. So we're slightly under $20 million of money that you all actually control. The other money goes to other people and obviously debt service. We also have reserves of just slightly less than $14 million. This gives you a summary of the state mandates, just for information. These are the general fund revenues. And if we go to the next one, this gives you a breakdown and a pie chart by the various services that are offered within the county. Cultural, recreational, which is 1.5%, general government 36%, human services 3.35%, economic development, transportation, and physical environment and public safety. Next slide. This one's the one that's the most interesting and one you need to keep your eye on in the future. As you can see, come January, when we basically get virtually all of our property tax collections, we have a lot of cash in the bank. This is our cash bank balance for FY 2021. And so in January, we're roughly $49 million. Okay, we bleed that cash off, and this is the importance of reserves. In October, we're down to about $8 million. The reason for that is because we get other revenues in during the time, but his property tax is the big driver. So if we have a hurricane that costs us $5 or $8 million, it can have a major impact on us, and we need to have those cash numbers or those cash balances available to be able to handle that. The benefits of maintaining adequate fund balance, and we're talking millions of dollars, and people think millions of dollars, and it is. It's a large amount of money to us as individuals. But when you look at that chart, and it's like starting the week with $100 and end of the week with $8 when you put it in perspective. But it provides working capital until tax revenues are received, provides for unexpected contingencies, natural disasters, favorably viewed by the rating agencies and banks in evaluating the credit worthiness. One of the things I will go back to is when we were, that $8 million for cash balance was virtually zero when I got here. Okay, and one of my concerns as a consultant was the county going to have sufficient funds to be able to pay the bills without having to do a tax anticipation note, which if you see entities that do tax anticipation notes, that is an indication that they have some financial issues they need to address. And it's favorable by the rating agencies, allows the county to maintain a stable tax rate. If there's a temporary reduction or delay, which happens in collections or something like that, so you're able to weather that out. This provides the various restricted funds. I would note that we will have a true-up in gas tax of $2 million. It's a one-time true-up because when we estimated gas tax last year, we did it based on COVID, which those numbers were light. We didn't know what COVID was going to do because people weren't going anywhere because of it. And that also suppressed the price of gas. But the true-up was $2 million. Our recommendation, unless you all tell us differently, is going to be that $2 million go into road resurfacing, which will take that from $4 to $8 million. But again, it's one-time money. Let's see. Next slide, this just tells you where we are with the debt service funds. Our debt picture is very favorable. The bulk of our debt is for water and sewer is not supported by property taxes. The rest of the debt is primarily for road expansion that we have done. Phase 1, Phase 2 of 491, 486 is almost paid off. And we use, to the extent we can, we use impact fees to pay those bonds, which is permitted. Enterprise funds, solid waste is about 37 million, utilities about 56 million, buildings about 9 million based on activity. Solid waste will stay pretty constant, as well as utilities, even during periods of economic downturn. Building obviously will vary quite considerably depending upon activity, and the activity is strong at this point. It is starting to wane a little bit, and again, EMS services. So, we have our enterprise funds collect more revenue than our general fund. These are internal service funds. These are things that we manage and we fund ourselves. We are self-insured for health insurance. Once you establish that account, that is beneficial, meaning that we insure the certain, and then we get reinsurance above that particular level. So consequently, you have a fairly good-sized balance there, or budget there, and also dental insurance. And we have an insurance trust because we do the same thing on the insurance side. We insure ourselves against certain things. Sovereign immunity helps that. I would note that there was an attack on sovereign immunity this year, but fortunately that did not pass. So in fleet management and vehicle trusts. Okay, these are budget considerations. These were things that you all brought to me. If you recall, I put a form out that said, what things would you all like last year? Some people felt that certain things didn't get due consideration, so we want to make sure everything got properly considered and vetted, and there was commissioners said what things that they specifically were interested in. We, we put numbers to it, and then we turned those numbers into potential millage unless there's another way to pay for it, which one of them there very much is. The first one was the Inverness Air and Business Industrial Park. Obviously, we have the money for the first phase. There's been a grant that's submitted to DEO. I've not heard anything from DEO yet. And FAA for additional funds to further develop that park. Later on the agenda, there's some road infrastructure stuff around the Inverness Airport that we're going to be asking for as part of the grant. But that's totally funded, so that has no financial impact on the county. Road resurfacing is something that we've talked about before. That would take between 10 and 14 million, as you've heard. And if you did the additional all with millage, it would be right around 1 mil. Okay, we also got from commissioners, we also had a request to add 1 or 2 additional executive assistants to the board, pay grade 204, and we've broken that down to give you that number. There was also a desire to hire an outside communications firm to review the communications, create a strategy to improve communications, and craft example of executions around the most complex issues and ongoing issues, such as septic to sewer, road resurfacing, et cetera. We can either do these one at a time. I can go through them all first, and then we can come back to them, or whatever your pleasure is.
Board, what's your pleasure?
Well, I would get through my, in front of us.
What's that?
Might as well.
Yeah, let's go through them as
Go
you
through
bring
them while
them up,
they're in front
Randy.
of
Let's
us.
do that, so. So we'll start with the first one is the Inverness Airport and road resurfacing. I mean, what are you looking for from commissioners, yays or nays?
Well, if there's any direction you want to give us in how to increase revenue on road resurfacing, as I said, we're going to be at $6 million for road resurfacing this year. We need 10 to 14, depending on pricing and things, to get us on a 20, 25-year cycle. And I guess if you want to go above that, I need to know what your thoughts are on how we can generate that revenue to be able to meet that objective, or are you happy just due to the fact that we are being able to get to $6 million? We were at 4 last year in the budget, 2 million added to that'll be 6.
And it's next year's budget that you talked about moving the other road tax true up into, or is this?
No, it was next year's budget.
Next year's, okay. All right, well, commissioners, I guess you can go through and look at it. I think most all this is out of question as far as I'm concerned. I would oppose all of it. And to get to the chase, I would just say this, it's the funding issue. We can argue for months and months and months. My understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, our 2 fine staff people and our budget, but if we go more than 1 mil in a tax increase, is not a supermajority vote needed?
Yeah, we'll have to calculate it exactly, but roughly speaking, anything above a mil, and it varies every year. Once you get above a certain level, it requires a majority vote, and above that, it requires a supermajority vote, and then there's a level that it requires a unanimous vote.
Well, everything's going to require a majority vote.
That is correct.
Okay, so my question is, I believe anything above 1 mil increase, give or take, is going to require a supermajority vote. I won't vote for anything over 1 mil. So if there's one other commissioner that feels the way I do, we're wasting our time by looking at anything that creates an over a 1 mil budget increase. So I'll just lay that right. And this thing about additional executive assistants is outrageous. I'll just say that. I know there's a drinking game out there about how many times I say outrageous during a meeting, so there you go. There's another one for that. And so I'll help those folks out. And then again, you look at this, you know, I mean, we've gone along for years and years and years. Commissioners do their own work. We have a fine assistant who helps us do that. But anywhere from $60,000 to $120,000 for somebody, and then more travel. There's one in here for additional travel. You know, I mean, it's the stuff that, like I said, I just summed it up as best I could. I think a mill is going to be pushing it, and that's giving the people what they want. And anything above that, I won't vote for. So, commissioners?
You got Mr. Chair? Kennard.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Kennard.
I think if we're eventually going to get serious about our road resurfacing program, and our infrastructure repairs and maintenance, a couple things. I think we need to make a tough decision on road resurfacing and start moving down the road to getting that number to where it needs to be. And, you know, if we want to say that we're going to do this over 5 years or over the next 10 years, whatever it might be, if we're going to do it over 5 years and Randy's telling us it's going to take a mill to get there, then I think that it's increasing 0.2 of a mill each year, specifically directed towards road resurfacing. And in 5 years, you're at your 1 mil, or if you want to do it over 10 years, you do it 1/10 of a mil a year. But we can't just keep talking about how important this is and then not funding it. I don't know if you want to go through each individual thing, or if we just want to have a conversation about each one on here individually.
However you want, Commissioner, go ahead if you have some other comments.
Well, I'll stick with that one for right now, and then as we move through the other requests, I'll address those as well.
Well, if you're saying a partial millage for road resurfacing, if we tell folks, if you don't support a sales tax increase where the tourists help pay for it, or if you want everyone to pay for it out of their ad valorem taxes, if it's an amount that, again, like I said, I can't see pushing it more than a mill, and we already have 0.2 of a mill for EMS and 0.5 for mental health. So we're already starting to push towards that. So I would rather look at saying, here's the number. Right. How do we fit our priorities to the number, instead of coming up with this wish list of things that would be really nice to have, and how much do we have to tax the citizens to get it? So I could support to say, yeah, if you can figure out a way to get us over a period of time where we need to get to at, you know, 1/10 of a mil or 2/10 of a mil or whatever, just like we're doing with EMS, as long as we can stay under that number, I can live with that. So.
Well, thank you. The other part of it that I did not get into was the infrastructure part of it, as Commissioner Carnahan said or suggested. If we take the revenue from new growth and the tax revenue from new growth and put that into an infrastructure maintenance and repair fund, I would support that as well. And what you've got left is to cover the needs of county government, the needs of the constitutionals, and that's you get the growth in property values. You don't get the the new development, so forth. Mm-hmm. So yeah, by doing that, once you take the the 2/10 of a mil for EMS, the half a mil for mental health. And if we were to put 2/10 of a mil on there to start down this road of taking a bite out of this residential road resurfacing needs, we're going to be right there, just shy of 1 mil. So, and there's not going to be room left for the other. I'm not going to cast any judgment on the other things. There's not going to be any room for it.
Okay, any other comments? Commissioner Carnahan?
Yeah, great comments, Commissioner Kennard, and again, if we're gonna start taking a bite out of it, we have to, and I'm not gonna cast any judgment either, but I will not support hiring executives or travel and things like that. I mean, there's no room for it, I agree. And plus, it's a slap in the face to public works in different areas that we have cut, and we've never replaced those workers where we need them. When we start putting money away for infrastructure, we're going to have to hire more employees in public works to get this stuff done. So there's no way I'll support any of that other either, but I will support moving down the road to taking a bite out of road resurfacing. So.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
This obviously depends on the voters and everything like that, but in my personal opinion, the best option, if you can, if the citizens can approve it, would be sales tax, because that would, 1 cent right now, 1 cent would generate $18 million. A half a cent based on the current economy, and I add that because sales tax can vary 20-25% in a heartbeat, and we're at a very much of a high, but a half a cent would generate $9 million, and I think that's a better and a fairer system of doing it rather than property tax. But you have to gauge what the will of the voters is, and the likelihood of success.
Mr. Oliver, we voted not even to have the will of the voters speak. We voted not to even put it on the ballot. So that would require the board to come back and say, okay, well, let's have another go at it and say, put it on the ballot and see what the citizens say. I believe our discussion was, the feedback we got was that it had no chance of passing, so why go through the effort? And it's a frustrating thing, because I think most of us believe that would be the best way to fund road resurfacing, but, we get right back to, do we hang our hopes on something that all of us don't think has a chance in passing, or do we try it again? I mean, that's where we're at. So.
Well, perspectives may change if the plan that the board lays out is to increase the millage 2/10 a year for 5 years. So perspectives may change if people then understand that another option available to them would be sales tax, where tourists pay about a quarter of it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Kennard.
Well, I think you're both absolutely correct. You're correct in your comments about how we voted on this issue, because what we were bringing forward, or what the discussion was to bring forward, was increase in sales tax for road resurfacing. That sounded to me out in the public to be dead on arrival. And so and I agree with Randy that the best way to fund road resurfacing is through a local option sales tax. If that were to ever pass, I think to facilitate passing that, I think it takes the county government, I think it takes the local business leaders getting involved with possibly the sheriff's office. It needs to be something that the taxpayers would be willing to support. Is it public safety? Is it Parks and Recreation, or is it they're not going to support it for public buildings. They're not going to support it for road resurfacing. But if it's a combination of things that they really want this, but they can take this that goes with it, then maybe there's a chance of supporting that. Oh, and by the way, if this passes, now we can take back all of those 2/10 of a mils. You can, all of those, if it passes 2 years from now, 3 years from now, now you are reducing that millage rate, or the board at that time is reducing the millage rate by 0.4 of a mil, 0.6 of a mil. If they don't reduce it, that's on the board at that time, and they would pay for it at the ballot box.
Okay.
So is the direction of the board that we plan to go up 0.2 of a mil for 5 years to get to the 1 mil absent another revenue source then?
Well, that would be in lack, as Commissioner Kennard pointed out, if we have the choice to give to the citizens, they said they want road resurfacing done quicker. The only way to do that's increasing revenue, and either it's got to be done through ad valorem with a measured approach that he's talking about, or through the through the sales tax. So then they would, we'd see what their interest was. Yes,
Mr. Chair, the only correction or addition that I would make there is it's not a matter of whether or not we get road resurfacing done faster, but it's again salvaging some of these roads that are falling apart. And that packet of information that Mr. Hunter had given to us, and again I went through it as well with Larry. We have, I think, as Bill stated, that it's a tidal wave. It's a tsunami of roads that are reaching that point of no return. If we allow that to happen, then we've got major problems. These numbers explode if we have to start rebuilding miles and miles and miles of roads. So I think that needs to be addressed. Those are tough political decisions, but we have got to have the fortitude to start addressing the infrastructure. The growth is happening now, but it is nothing like what's coming our way. And I think I don't want to add a single 1/10 of a mil to our millage rate, but if we don't do something to start addressing this, this community's in trouble with our infrastructure.
Can I ask this question? And would those funds be allocated to a restricted fund then?
We can do that.
See, I could support that.
Yeah.
Okay? I would
100%.
not support a millage increase to say, and it's going to be used for roads. If we had a restricted fund, because my understanding is we're talking what was it, the millage increase for EMS. That's going to EMS, right? So we're not going to take that and do road resurfacing with that. That's going to EMS, right? So it seems fair to me that if we say this is where we're increasing, why? Because this is what you asked for. They asked for mental health. When I say they, the citizens, asked for the mental health bump, asked for the EMS bump, and they've asked for roads. I don't see a problem as long as we can say every penny from that increase, millage increase, goes into an account for that. I could live with that.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yes.
just remember that it'll be a policy decision to restrict it. A future board you can't
Sure,
bind.
sure.
So, but yeah, we can do that.
I can sleep well knowing I did the right thing. I can't sleep based on what other people do. Okay, so Mr. Oliver's asking a very direct question. Would the board support, what'd you say, 2/10 for over 5 years? That's what the plan would be?
2/10 over 5 years for road resurfacing.
Does anybody not support that?
I can support it, but I also think we need to go ahead and start a campaign. Let's educate the public on half a cent or cent sales tax. I mean, I think Citrus County is the last one not to do that. But it's a campaign that we've got to get out and educate and let the voters know what it's for. And I think they buy into it. But at some point, we've got to start that. At some point, we've got to start that.
Okay, just saying. Commissioner
So-
Slabaugh, as soon as Commissioner Kennard's.
I'm done.
Carnahan's done.
So, are you saying, Commissioner Carnahan, are you saying for the roads?
Well, I would go ahead and do a 2/10 this year to start taking a bite out of it.
But for
I also
discretionary-
believe that we have to start, and we have to have a discussion on this board and start and get the leaders involved, because we can't do it. Okay, but we need to get the leaders in this community involved, okay? And going out to the HOAs and going out to different communities and educating them. So come 2024, it's on the ballot, they're educated, and hopefully we'll get it passed. but it can't be open-ended. It has to be earmarked for specifically what the money's going to be used for. And usually, when you educate, Marion County educated, Pinellas is educated, all these other communities have educated the public, and that's what we have to do. And it has to be earmarked for specifically what it's going to be used for. And so I think that has to get started.
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Slabaugh.
So, you know, I've evolved in this process, and November of 2020, I said this about using the discretionary sales tax for roads, and at the time, the chair said that will never happen here. You know, it's not going to get passed. It wouldn't work. So I've thought about that, and I think that the board was right. But I think it would work for public safety, and then that would free up some of the money in the budget for road resurfacing. Would that work that way, Randy? If we use the discretionary
Depending on
sales
what vehicle
tax?
you use, if you do what's called a local option sales tax, that has to be used for capital purchases or things of that nature. So to the extent you can use it for capital, yes, you could use other revenues. And I don't know enough about the sheriff's budget, for example, to know what he spends on capital, but you could use it for a lot of places that do it. Use it for fire trucks, use it for EMS, use it for patrol cars, use it for other tangible assets at the sheriff's office. Obviously, you know, if they have physical plant needs, it would include that.
And I agree, it has to be a campaign, it has to be education, but I also have heard through this time that, you know, once somebody gets their road paved, they're like, oh, I'm good now, don't touch my taxes. And that's why I've kind of moved to the public safety realm, or however, you know, we think it would be best to have a good campaigning. Of course, we can't do it, and through education and get that done, which would, like you said, 25, I think even a little bit more, is tourist driven. So thank you.
Yes, I just a comment to say, that's what killed it the first two times, is it was vague.
Open-ended.
It was open-ended, you know, it wasn't specific. It's like I said, with roads, .02 mils, roads, goes into a separate account, doesn't touch for anything else. Where you lose people is when you start, or anything else we want to use it on. Yes, sir.
Here's what I would say. I think you try a half or a cent sales tax and you put it for roads, because not only are you going to have to do, we've got to start widening roads. Traffic is unbelievable. No matter whether you're in Crystal River, LeCanton, it doesn't matter where you're at. These roads and these developments that are coming, we've got to upgrade. Rock Crusher is going to have to be upgraded. All these roads are going to have to, we're going to have to put money in them. So to me, you earmark it roads, and whether that's upgrading roads, resurfacing roads, but I think everybody in this community can agree that this traffic is not good, and we have got to get in front, or start getting in front of it versus getting behind it, because we're behind right now, and it's just terrible.
Okay, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if you do it as a referendum, it can be legally bound, meaning that if the voters say it must be used for roads, the subsequent board will have no authority to move it at all. So.
And I would do that in a heartbeat and say this is used for roads, because again, I think everybody understands that our road systems are going to have to be upgraded, no matter how we do it.
What I'm hearing we're coming around to here, Mr. Oliver, is it seems like the majority of the board at this point in time, because we're early in the process, we want to hear what the community has to say, but would support a 0.2 mil increase every year for 5 years as of right now, in lieu of another revenue source. If we can identify one, like a local option sales tax, as Commissioner Kennard said, we wouldn't have to do that. Or when it was adopted, then, you know, that could be rolled out of there or whatever, so.
Is that the consensus of the
Is that the
entire board?
consensus of the board? Anybody
Yes.
disagree with that? I don't see anybody disagreeing, Mr. Oliver, so. This is the time for people to say no. I haven't heard nobody say no, so we're good on that. And also, you've put out to, we might as well talk about that, you're looking at a 0.5 mil increase for Lifestream and a 0.05%, that's a half a mil, required for the state mandated match, the live stream, and EMS looking at a or 0.2 of a mil. Is that correct?
That's correct. So with the road issue, you're looking at slightly less than a half a mil increase.
That's the way I'm scoring it on my scorecard as of right now, too. So, okay. So, what else you want to talk about, board members? There's other items on here.
Again, I won't support them other items.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Davis.
May want to listen to what I have to say before you say that. The communications firm is specifically to help us become more efficient as a county in how we communicate with citizens. And the higher number actually doesn't say it on here, but we could do a separate issue. Although I had a discussion with Mr. Oliver yesterday that based on recent legislation that might not be possible, but this communication firm could go a long way towards actually getting the sales tax passed. And it's a one-time expense, it's not an ongoing expense. The travel, for example, I know that I have been volunteering a lot of time to travel to various things. I do Tallahassee, of course, and I sit on a NACO board as well, or excuse me, NACO committee. And for example, I sat in on Zoom. This is just a committee meeting, so it wouldn't have been in person anyway. But I found out about the new Regional Innovation Accelerator that has, it's out of TIP funding, which is almost $1 billion budget. So that's the type of things that we are able to bring back to our county when we go out and travel and learn and network and lobby for funds to come back. Commissioner Schleba, I believe, did that quite successfully in your own district chair when she brought back millions of dollars for the Homosassa septic to sewer. So these should not be poo-pooed. And Commissioner Kennard said that this would put us over the 1 mil self-imposed limit, and I don't see that it would. I'm adding up 0.2 of a mil for that. So what I would like to do from a collegiality standpoint is I would like everything to be considered, even the items that I did not put on here. And I am very willing to cut my own items if and when it appears that they are not in a satisfactory budget for our taxpayers, because, by the way, I am one.
Well, I could give you an example. Have you completed?
Oh, sure.
Well, I was just going to say, you can have my travel, okay? You don't need to go to the taxpayers and say, give me more money. If you remember, when you proposed this in the beginning, I said there's plenty in there for travel, but everybody wanted to have their own. Yep. If it was all commissioner travel, there's plenty of money in there that the citizens have allocated. So I have no problem going back to the way it used to be and use what's in there. I mean, so I don't see why we have to go back and say, it makes no sense to go and say, give us more money when there's money sitting in there that's not being used. So that would be my first approach, to say, hey, some of you commissioners aren't using this, some of us are, some of us travel further, some of us have other committee assignments. The only travel that I put in that, well, what is it, 86 bucks a month to go down to the TBRPC or whatever, you know, so if I have my $86 a month or whatever, I'm good, you know, so whatever outside of that, other commissioners can have. But I guess that's going to have to be part of a budget resolution then, to go back, if you want to do that, to go back and change the individual travel accounts to a commissioner travel account. I mean, did we not do that to split it up?
Well, the only thing that I have on that is that I don't want to have to monitor a combined account. It's easy right now because it's separated. If you would like to give your funding, your excess funding, to another commissioner, I'm good with that too.
Okay.
Because in that way, it's a specific budget transfer. I know the amount and I know where we're at. But when it's in a pooled account, it can get tricky.
Sure, well, I understand it too. So I have no problem and I can't speak for the other commissioners, but before we go to the taxpayers and say, give us more money, I'd rather allocate what I have in there towards what any other commissioner might need, so.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
That was exactly in my mind when I put this on here, because I understand that you don't travel. I understand that a couple of the other board members don't travel as much as one other board member and I do, and so I sort of assumed that it would end up going into the true-up, but it's also not fair to the future commissioners to not have their own, and because it may be with the new commissioners that all 5 of us travel a lot too, because, by the way, economic development is incredibly important right now. And if we're not out there advocating for our county and trying to get ahead of this amazing, scary but amazing opportunity of tidal wave of growth that's coming down on us right now, then we're going to be swamped. And so that's why I thought it would make it a lot easier if we just rounded up a little bit to be able to get a couple of extra trips in there. And so that's why I put it on there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Carnahan.
Well, I sit on a lot of state boards also, and I travel, and I don't have any issues with the money that I have. Gulf Coast Consortium, if we meet, I'll drive home that day. Small County Coalition, FAC Board of Directors, even FAC, if I gotta be down there one night, I'm there a night and I'm out, depends on what we have. So I don't see any, I'm not gonna support it. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not supporting it. If we're gonna go up 2/10 and, 2/10 over here, and we're not even talking about what the constitutionals want yet. We know the sheriff's gonna come in and ask for a bunch of money. We know others are gonna ask for money, so we are over a mill. And I'm not going to support that. I'm not doing it. I mean, I've been doing this job for 7.5 years, and I haven't had any problem with the money that we have to travel on. I don't need an executive. That's our job. We were elected by the citizens, and we get paid well to do a job. And so I don't need. We don't need another executive or two. That's it. And we don't need to spend money on other things if we're going to go down the road of tackling the problems that are in front of us. And the problems that are in front of us that I've preached for 7 years now is infrastructure, not our own needs. If we're going to grow government, you're going to have to grow government where it's needed, and that's going to be in public works if you start putting this money there, not towards us.
Okay, any other comments?
I just want to reiterate, I already said that I would cut these myself if it turns out that we can't afford them.
I don't see how we can, because as Commissioner Carnahan just pointed out, we haven't heard from the sheriff yet, and we only have $500,000 to play with.
That's
So
kind of the point. Why
well,
don't we
that's
get further down the road?
Well, let's wait, because already we're telling the sheriff, you got $500,000 max that you can play with. I mean, if we stick by what we said today. So I'm not going to budge on the $1 million, I can tell you that. So, so the way I see it is that, when we get into the process, we have to have parameters drawn. And I'll tell you furthermore, I'm not real anxious to start handing out money that nobody is compelled to tell us how it's spent. So that's going to be an issue this year too. So, I know we're just getting started, but it really comes down, I thought Commissioner Kennard summed it up, and that is there's no room for it. I don't believe there is. And furthermore, I would have a very hard time going out to the citizens and saying, hey, yeah, we're going to raise your taxes so that we can surface roads, but we're hiring assistants for commissioners that we haven't had to do in ever, So that's going to be a real hard sell, I think, to people. So, okay. Yes.
I haven't heard a consensus yet.
Is there a consensus? Is there anything else on here? Let's do it this way. Of all the things presented to us, is there anyone on here that somebody, Commissioner Davis, says she wants to, at this time, keep that on there, or wait and see what happens? What did you decide, Commissioner Davis?
I want to keep all of them on here, and we'll see what happens downstream. We have 3 budget hearings. I do not understand why we are limiting ourselves this early in the process.
Well, just speaking for myself, it's the perception. This is all about commissioner perks. You might as well say, give me a hot tub. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I mean, really, think about it. You want money for communication. You want money for more travel, when we told you before we had plenty for travel. And the things that you choose to go to are not necessarily things that have to be going to. I mean, up till now, we've had no problem making our positions known to our legislative representatives without spending thousands and thousands of dollars in travel money. I mean, so in the past, Commissioner Carnahan and I traveled more because we were going through all the FAC training, which you expect new commissioners to do. So you expect new commissioners to spend more in travel than the ones that have been there for a while. But again, you know, like I said, it's a matter of, if somebody said, did you vote in favor of the extra assistance and travel for commissioners, I want to be able to say, no, I did not. So you don't have my consensus, but you don't need mine to have a majority, so.
I would just like to say that I am incredibly offended by your attitude and comparing this to a hot tub.
Okay, well, duly noted, you're
I work my tail
offended.
off at this job. I cannot work any harder. And to Commissioner Carnahan's point, that he travels back and forth in one day, good for you. I go there, and
Well, again, we're not
I
going
know, hey, I have the floor.
Okay, go right ahead.
I know things from traveling with Commissioner Carnahan that I'm not going to say publicly, but I will say that I go out on a minimum basis. I go there, I work my tail off, and I come home. I have traveled the world on my own dollar. I have traveled the United States on my own dollar for vacations and mostly for work trips where I am paying for it. I am not doing this for anything other than the good of the county. That's it, 100%. Economic development, we need it badly in this county, very badly. And I'm out there busting my tail to grow us correctly with an eye to the future and to protect what we love about this county. And I'm tired of the insinuations, I'm tired of being beat up on, and I just feel like I need to say, thank you, Chair, I think that's perfect, I have nothing further to add. And I should just practice saying that for the next 8 months. You rattled me.
Well, I know,
I'm done.
and are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay,
I
yeah.
can
well-
hear you in the bathroom, so I'm gonna go there.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'll save my comments till you return, so I'm not talking to you in the bathroom, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I say something?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Slaybach.
I did agree with the additional for the executive assistant because at our retreat, Doug mentioned that he would like some help, and so that is something that I supported for Doug. So I'd like to see that be visited, talked about. It's not an assistant for me, you know, again, it's something that Doug mentioned at the retreat.
Yeah, he did.
So thank you.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Any
Well,
other?
again, I think that we are with the requests that are coming from the constitutionals, and where we're at right now with raising the millage rate, we are pushing that 1 mil as it stands right now. Now, there may be a time down the road with additional stuff that needs to be done that Doug does need additional help there. But right now, maybe it's time for us to take some of the stuff that we're giving Doug back on ourselves. And try to individually decrease the load on him. You know, I'm not opposed to it at some point down the road at all. I'm not suggesting it, but we've got very, very little room to play with at all right now. And this is meeting, you know, as Commissioner Davis said, this is meeting number 1. So wants right now need to be, if not eliminated, definitely set on the back burner. Yeah, I'm done. Go on.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Slaybach.
I understand that it might not happen. I just wanted to put it on there because it was something that was brought forward. Obviously, we only have so much money, and we work from that. Just because I put it on there doesn't mean it was something extravagant, or I do most of all my work. I mean, I do everything myself, pretty much. So I understand that, but I have to listen to
Sure.
somebody that said something, so.
Sure. Okay. So I don't hear a consensus on anything other so far than the roads. I mean, if it stays on, you might have 3 commissioners that say they want to look at it in the future, but it's not something that I just don't even see holding it out there, because we talked about this before. Nobody, okay, $100,000, $120,000 for an assistant or 2 assistants. Nobody talked about additional firemen. You know, if it's about priorities and everybody, it's about, you know, what about using that to increase the salary for the economic development director? I mean, you know, there's ways of, I don't think it's commissioners' jobs to say, give me more money to go out and try to do other people's jobs. I mean, if we have $120,000 that we're going to hire an assistant or 2, then let's add that to the economic development director. But I mean, let's put it with the people whose job it is to go out there and do it. To me, that's the way we should be allocating this, is by hiring the professionals and paying them what we need to get the job done. So I'm not going to get into who's offended and who's not. When I say things, it's not to offend people, but I've been in elected politics for 22 years, and I've had a lot worse things said to me than people don't agree with me. One thing I do want to bring up before we move on, because we had a discussion today about rollback and millage rates. If you look at the handouts today, in 2017, the millage rate was I'll round it off and say 8.4, and it brought in, well, you know, in 2017, it brought in $279 million. Today, we're at 7.7, and we brought in, not counting the COVID money, we're at $324 million. So our budget has grown greatly under a rollback millage rate. So when people say that we don't have enough money to operate the county because we're rolling back, the facts don't support that. Okay, we might not be able to do what we want to do. That's a whole other argument. The other point I want to make real quick while we're in this beginning stage, we always see this every year. Who saves the most money from millage reduction? And we always get a list of the big corporate companies. So what that tells you is that, you know, somebody's trying to say, well, mostly corporations make money by the, there you go, thanks, by saving it. But if Duke pays more taxes, who do you think's paying their tax bill? You know, it's added right onto your electric bill. So to turn around and say, oh, Duke's making more money by, you know, by not increasing their taxes. If you increase their taxes, they're going to pass that on. And we keep saying that we're small business friendly. Let's remember, the small local restaurant is not, falls under the Save Our Homes. They don't fall under exemption. They're going to pay every penny of an increased millage rate. So, you know, I keep hearing, oh, it's $20 per family. Well, maybe, but what about the small business that we say we care so much about? So let's just keep some of that in the background and in perspective as we move forward. So anyway, where do you want to go with what we have now, Mr. Oliver?
Well, I'd just like a consensus whether at this point we should include it or not include the items that have been requested.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And again, I can agree to move Commissioner Davis to leave it on there, but I just don't think by the time we start really narrowing things down, I just don't think we can do it. So if you guys want to leave it on there, I don't have a problem with that. But I'm just, you know, stating that I think that when you start looking, you know, at the constitutionals and us going up, I just think we're not going to be able to afford it. That's where I'm just going to put the position. But if y'all want to leave it on there, or if Commissioner wants to leave it on there to the second go around, that's fine. But I just don't think I don't think we're going to be able to find the money to fund all this stuff.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So is the consensus to include the 2 executive assistants, the outside communication firm, contract with an art professional, the increased travel, and the allocation of travel funds for key staff in the draft budget that's going to come before you for you to deal with later?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just don't think we're going to find it, but I mean,
Well,
I don't care to leave it in there.
let me say this, and then Commissioner Slabaugh will respond. I don't care if we found $50 million, I wouldn't support it. It's not about the money. It's about the precedent and about the policy and about what we present to the citizens of what we think is important. So you might have a consensus of the majority of the board, but I just want on the record, no way, no how will I support that. Yes.
I just had to support it.
Okay, Commissioner Slabaugh.
Randy, just one, I think that's all that was brought up about the executive assistant, not 2.
Well, one commissioner said 1 and one said 1 or 2.
Oh, okay. Right. 2 is.
So it sounds like you have a consensus to keep them in at this point.
Okay. And you want to keep it in at 2? Is that the?
I would say 1.
1 is fine.
1.
Okay, 1 is fine. Okay, we'll include 1 and include that in the list. Okay.
Trying.
And just please let the record show that I was adamantly against it. So the board will move forward with that. So.
These are potential budget impacts. 2 of them we've discussed. We got this legislation, business damages. I can't tell you what impact that's going to have, if any. Okay, the legislation is very, what I call immature and undeveloped at this point. But we'll see the live stream and the EMS we've talked about. The FRS rates are going up. So the next one doesn't hit us till 23-24, but I try to look ahead. And that's the additional homestead exemption. It is going to referendum in November. I think that it's probable that that will pass. Okay, but as I say, this does not impact the current budget year. It would impact the next budget year. It would provide an additional $50,000 up to $50,000 for critical members of public service workforce, and they're listed underneath. As I also indicated, on health insurance, our premiums, we need to keep current. And on that, we're looking at some plan design changes and things. We're trying to gear it towards 8%, but health costs have skyrocketed. Part of it was because people didn't go to the doctor somewhat during COVID because they were shut down or whatever, unless they absolutely needed to. And there was concern out in the community. And as a result of that, some things that they put off, they've done this year. How much that stabilizes out when we get our next actuarial study done, I don't know, but we need to make sure we keep cognizant of this and aware of it and plan accordingly. So we're looking at about 8%. The next slide is on the water and sewer. Mr. Cheek had talked about 5 and 3, which we're still good with that. I would note that the Public Service Commission gave what's called an automatic escalator to the private utilities of 4.53%. And that is a cost increase that's what I call an automatic pass-through. So if you have a rate that is $50 for that, they're permitted to increase that rate 4.53% with what I call no questions asked, but that's just given as a frame of reference. We don't know what those values are going to be in future years. It's based on a fairly complex formula of market indicators. Okay, the next one we talked about, that's the taxpayer, who the biggest taxpayers are, what the impact would be if the millage went down, or correspondingly, if it went up, that would be the impact in the reverse direction on that. So anyway, I think from my vantage point, I think we've got the draft guidelines developed. Obviously, as was mentioned, we do not have anything from the constitutionals at this particular point. So we'll do that. The final slide is the CIP workshop will be the 26th. Preliminary budget hearing will be the 27th. That's where we present you our draft budget for you to consider. We may want to do an interim once we get the constitutionals numbers. And then the first budget hearing, 2 budget hearings are required by state law. The first budget hearing will be September 8th, and the final budget hearing will be September the 25th. And those are pretty much same time every year. There's a state puts out a calendar of things we need to do. Is there any other additional input that you all would like to give us as it relates to the budget and what we need to do?
If you could get a definitive answer on what the millage increase can be without a supermajority,
Sure.
that would be very beneficial.
Well, we can base it on, if it's okay, we will base it on last year. It has to be recalculated every year until we know what it is. We really can't calculate it, but I can give you a pretty good indication.
Great, thanks.
So we'll do supermajority, majority, and unanimous.
Also, just so the board knows for their own understanding, I guess this would take somebody not to be here, but why these dates are so important, because my understanding, unless they've changed the law, is that if adoption of the budget would not be adopted by a majority vote. If it was a tie vote, like if a commissioner wasn't here, the default is rollback. Is that correct? Okay,
That's my
so-
understanding.
Right, so just so everybody understands that. So attendance at these meetings are super important. And I just think that's fairly stated at this point, so that everybody's aware of that. Okay, what else, anything on this?
No, sir.
Commissioners, any other questions about the first budget go-around? Okay, so with that said, let's go back to our regular agenda, and I believe we're going to pick up on item E1, bids. As usual, we have A through...
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion to approve item E1, A through O.
A through O.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on the bids motion? Commissioners, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E2, please.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we have some representatives of the Sheriff's Department and Motorola here for E17, so
Uh-huh.
you may want to consider moving that up
Okay, let's do
on the
E17.
agenda so we can let them.
Okay, very
Go.
good, thank you. E17, let's move to E17.
Yes, we have Captain Caliso, Devin Thompson, and Rob Richardson. First two are with the Sheriff's Department. The latter one is with Motorola. This is for a grant, and we're asking to approve making application submission of a grant to the Department of Emergency Medical for increased E911 state grant program. And this would be 100% grant funded according to the Sheriff's Department. And they are here to answer any questions you may have. I would note that this is a Homeland Security issue, so please don't disseminate information related to this.
So I have one question, is it 100% grant funded? Does anyone care to make a motion to approve E17?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd make a motion to approve item E17.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input?
Who made the motion? Kennard?
Kennard?
And you said a second by Kennard.
I'm sorry, Carnahan. I had a C, I meant.
I did both.
You did. You first did.
Super.
I'm sorry. You got that
Right.
straight, didn't you? Okay, all right. So, no public comment. You really don't have to add anything if you don't need to, but it's pretty straightforward.
Just want to thank the board, appreciate it for listening and your time, thank you.
Sorry we made you sit all this time for that, but you got an idea of what's coming down the road, so.
No worries.
Yeah, okay, very good. Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that passes unanimously. Oh, wait a minute, we got to get Commissioner Slabaugh when she comes back. Okay, so let's move to, I think now we're on E2.
That is correct. E2, approved budget transfers for utilities for fiscal year 21-22.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Commissioner Slabaugh, how do you vote on item E17?
Aye.
Aye, okay, so please record that as an aye, that's 5-0. Could you take us to item E3, please?
Yes, adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution adopting, amending various small county outreach programs, state housing initiative, partnership, Florida Economic Community Development Block Grant, Older Americans Act Title 3B, Older Americans Act Title 3C1, Older Americans Act Title 3C2, Older Americans Act Title 3E, Alzheimer's Disease Initiative, and the Community Care for the Elderly grant budgets for fiscal year 21-22.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve item E3.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Anything further from the commissioners? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E4, please.
E4A, approve and authorize the chairman to execute a waste disposal agreement between Citrus County and Waste Pro of Florida for disposal fees of $120,000, except security bond to be made part of the new Waste Pro account agreement dated March 22nd, 22. B, approve termination of the existing waste disposal account agreement with Waste Pro of Florida dated May 11th of 21, and the release of United States Fire Insurance Company surety bond.
Motion to approve item E4, A and B.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes the motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E5, please.
Authorize chairman to accept continuation certificate for federal insurance company security bond extending the period to April 13th, 2023, and to be made part of the Federal Services Infrastructure Waste Disposal Account Agreement dated June 8th, 2020.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve E6.
Second.
E5.
E5.
Sorry.
And second by Commissioner Kennard, is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Slaybaugh, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Commissioners, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that's unanimous. E6, please.
Yes, the Boys and Girls Club, and it's required to be endorsed by the Sheriff's Department by state law, which they have done, is asking for funding in the amount of $5,000 for the Boys and Girls Club of Citrus County, and that we would want the budget, approval of budget transfer. This is from drug forfeiture funds, which can only be used for certain specific purposes related to drug prevention and intervention.
Move approval of E6.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Commissioners, anything else? I assume there's that much in that fund?
Yes.
I'm looking at the finance director. Okay, yeah. Doug, I don't care what you think. I'm looking at the finance director. Okay, all in favor
What's
say
the
aye.
money person?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed say nay. That's unanimous. E7, please.
Yes, I would note that we have Mike Barnett, who was the designer here today, I believe, as well as Michael Tracy, who's donating 18 baskets at a value of about $17,000 to develop a disc golf course at the Central Ridge District Park. That's become more popular. We have a couple already, but we're asking for you to approve and authorize a partnership between Citrus County and volunteers to design and build an 18-hole disc golf course at Central Ridge, and accept the donation of course design and 18 baskets at a value of $7,200. B, approve and authorize the county to provide labor, equipment, and materials to assist in the development of the course at an estimated cost of $7,573.30.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve E7, A, B, and C.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Slaybaugh makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment?
We have two representatives here that have donated their time and or their resources. I don't know if they would like to say anything or not.
That's not steal victory from, or steal defeat from the hands of victory, right? So.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Michael Barnett, and I appreciate the vote. I just wanted to make a comment that the course that we're looking to put in is going to be named after a Citrus County resident who just lived just west of there. His name was Paulie Bagwell, and had a great impact on a lot of new players, especially in the elderly community, bringing them in, and I think this is a great choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your generosity.
Yes.
Okay, any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. Item E8, please.
Yes, this is a discussion for proposed Eighth Amendment to the Veterans Village property that we contracted to sell for Veterans Village. Dr. Desai is out of town, but he has sent, I believe it's Dr. Dixon here, if you have questions. I mean, as it relates to this, they're asking for a one-year extension, and there's a slight modification to the property because of what they're asking for, which we do not have an issue with. so that it fits the conceptual design. But, you know, I would like to reaffirm that they're still looking at 100 units. Unfortunately, the information we've gotten has been largely through the newspaper, which I think individual conversations sometimes are best.
Okay, board, what's your pleasure with item E8?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
given
sir.
the current situation in the construction industry, I think it makes sense to give them an additional year to put this together. I'm as anxious to see it get going as I'm sure that they are, but I would support it. So I'd make a motion to support item E8, A, is it A and B?
Yeah, B increases the acreage.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, so Commissioner Kennard makes the motion, second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comment? Any further commissioner discussion? Yes, Commissioner Slabaugh.
I'm just curious why we're expanding it if we're keeping it the same footprint.
When they originally had an iteration of this, they had, part of that property is in a floodplain, and they moved the property around to get out of that floodplain because I don't remember if it was the federal guarantee or the lending agency didn't want it to touch on a floodplain. This really has no negative impact on us, but it permits this to be modified so that it fits the conceptual plans.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that's unanimous.
I would like to know from Dr. Dixon, if I may, if they're still anticipating 100 units, because I'd heard a different number, and I don't know which is accurate.
Thank you all for your continued support. Veterans Village greatly appreciates it.
Can you give us your name for the record for the clerk?
Dr. William Dixon. The issue is financing. The original project cost for 100 beds was about $11 million, and we had a little over $2.5 million in equity. We got a bank to support us. We signed up for USDA support. That was the agency that didn't want to touch upon the wetlands. And then we had this pandemic and the housing boom, and now our original plans would be well over $14 million were we to try to bring them to fruition. And the bank asked us to delay the loan. They're still supporting lending us money, but they asked us to hold off on building until our pro forma would be more reliable. We cannot get a bid from a contractor for a fixed price for obvious reasons. They don't know their labor costs, they don't know their material costs. USDA will not guarantee a loan without a fixed price bid. So we're in a bit of a conundrum. However, I'd like to reassure you that our board strongly supports moving forward. We're doing the best we can. We've come up with Plan B, which is a 50-bed rendition that will fall probably within our budget. We can make 25 of those beds double occupancy. We've lowered our expectations of the economic class of veterans that we'll be serving. Originally, the plan was to make the facility so attractive that someone who could afford going to Grand Living would choose to go to our place, but we would, as an act of charity, support veterans who were not able. At this point, since our main effort is to be charitable to the veterans who are in need, we're aiming at that group of veterans who will marginally be able to afford even our reduced rates based upon the veterans' benefits that they receive and perhaps a little bit of extra Social Security. They'd be able to afford those rooms, and we're still looking at having enough net operating income to provide the charity that we initially promised. So that's where we are. It's troubling. I told Desai, if I get any older, I'm not going to live to see this thing come to fruition. At the rate it's been going, we've been pursuing this for about 8 years. But we've got a good team. We have good banking support. USDA will guarantee it. It's just a matter of letting things settle in the construction industry. once again, any other questions, I'm glad to answer, and thank you so much for your continued support. You guys have been great.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You have a comment, question?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, sir, Doctor, so you are saying 50 beds, not 100?
That's Plan B. But we're looking at 50 beds right now because it's doable. Right now,
Okay.
Plan A is not doable.
Okay,
Okay. But at 50 beds, 75 residents.
very good, thank you.
And if the demographic studies are correct, and the need is what there seems to be, just as soon as we fill up, the dirt will be turned over for an addition. So we're going to accommodate as many as we can.
Thank you.
All right,
Is
thank
Any
you
other
all.
questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there, so if you have to go with Plan B, does that leave enough room to go back and add more capacity later?
Absolutely.
Okay.
What Plan B did was go to
The
the same
phased
footprint,
approach?
but it's one story.
Mhm.
No elevators, saving money there, every place we could save money. And we have enough room, even if we expanded laterally, to do another 50 beds.
Okay.
But if we did another project because of overwhelming demand, we couldn't go up.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, so good? Good, Mr. Almer? Okay.
I think
you, Doctor.
everybody has a better understanding of the direction they're going.
Yes,
I think that's
thank you so
important.
much.
Appreciate it.
Okay, item E9.
Yes, E9 is to approve and accept some temporary construction easements and perpetual utility and access easements, and we would ask for approval of A, B, C, and D.
Move approval of E9, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That's unanimous. E10, please.
Yes, this is a memorandum of understanding for electronic badge access to the schools. This covers the sheriff, fire, EMS, and the county. This is requested by the school board. It basically gives us access through their electronic badge system to access those facilities.
Move approval of E10.
Second.
Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That's unanimous. E11, please.
Yes, this is approve and authorize chairman to sign the FAA grant application cover letter for the environmental assessments for wetlands removal on runway 927 of the Crystal River Airport, and authorize the chairman to execute the FAA grant agreement once received and reviewed by the county attorney. I would note I've sent out a schedule assuming that we get the state funding for lengthening this runway to slightly over 5,000 feet. We still need to go through the FAA, but we have things in place. We just need to wait for the grant agreement now, assuming the governor allows it to go forward. So we'd ask for approval of A and B.
Move approval of E11, A, and B.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E12, please.
Yes, adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution authorizing an application for funding execution of resulting contract amendments and necessary documents for the Mid-Florida Area Agency on Aging doing business as Elder Options, Older Americans Title 3B, 3C1, 3C2, and 3E programs for the period effective January 1st through December 31st of '23. Funding is allocated at $741,778. The required cash match is $82,419. Of that, $50,050 will be budgeted in FY23, and $31,919 will be a cash match.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve E12.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Slaybach makes the motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That is unanimous. E13, please.
Yes, adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution authorizing an application for funding execution of resulting contract amendments and necessary documents for the Mid-Florida Area Aging on Aging doing business as Elder Options General Revenue Programs Alzheimer's Disease Initiative Program, Community Care for the Elderly Program, Home Care for the Elderly Program, and Local Services Provider for the period effective July 1 of 22 through June 30 of 24. Funding is allocated at $903,995. The required match for community care for the elderly is $64,561. Cash is $37,500. Budgeted in FY 22 and $62,061 in kind.
Motion to approve item E13.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E14, please.
Let me give you a little background on this. This is a raised grant, okay, that is coming through the federal government. It's through the Federal Highway Administration. The areas that we picked here, and I want to give Aaron the credit for this, our grant person. With the federal government, things are targeted and they have certain restrictions. And while we could have tried to allocate $25 million, for example, to Citrus Springs, the problem with that is we probably would not have been successful. This grant is targeted towards low mod income areas, which we have targeted with this grant, part of it, and also as it relates to economic development and infrastructure as it relates to the transportation grid. So we have targeted the low mod income areas because if we can address those streets with other funds, then we have more funds for other areas. As well as the area around the Inverness Airport, again, to build up our capacity there, also improve the aesthetics of the situation. But we think, we have no idea whether we'll get this grant or not, but we felt that it was a worthy thing to apply for, and so we have requested it, and we think this gives us the best likelihood of success. So I would ask for approval of A and B on this particular one.
Motion to approve item E14, A and B.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes a motion, second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Is there any public comment? Is there any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Passes unanimously. Good job, everyone. E15.
Okay, let me slip down to that one, because that one I've got to get the numbers out. Okay. For the benefit, I don't think two of our commissioners were on the board at the time this came up originally. This has to do with Phase 2 of Forest Ridge Boulevard from West Lake Beverly Drive to West Colbert Court. And the reason that we are asking is this. When we did Phase 1, DOT was not totally satisfied that they were paying more than 50% of the cost of the project was related to drainage. Commissioner Kennard well remembers that discussion. Between the Phase 1 and Phase 2, DOT changed the rules. And DOT changed the rules so that it makes the local jurisdiction has to be required to meet the drainage. The reason that the drainage is required in this area is because it's going to have to be done with what's called a closed section, which means it's going to be curb gutter with pipe drainage. Okay, and that is somewhat expensive, and in order to do it, they will give us the money for the road improvements. However, DOT's funded $1,080,068. However, they're looking for the county to commit, and it's not until FY24 it would be designed, and FY27 would be the construction. They would be looking for this when they go to program construction for the county to deposit those monies with in a state account for them to disperse to the contractor. But they're looking for a commitment of $1,229,628 for drainage improvements associated with this sidewalk project. And the question is, do you want to make that obligation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kennard.
I would like to see this project happen. I'd like to see it come to fruition. Obviously, again, like everything else, funding is the issue. What would the board think about dividing that roughly $1.2 million over 3 budget years and take that money, about a little over $400,000 out of that Duke Special Projects Fund right off the top, that goes into an account so that in '27, when it's time to deposit this money, that's been set aside, but the pain, if you will, is distributed over a 3-year period of time.
If you're asking, it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But, then realizing that future boards are going to be,
Yeah.
they're not going to have that available in the Duke funding, but that, over the alternatives of borrowing money or those types of things, that makes much more sense.
Well, certainly 2 of the current board members will be here. Maybe hopefully 3 current board members will be here. But, that I think is a place to, a pot of money, if you will, to look for to cover this and get this project done properly as it needs to be.
Okay, what's the rest of the board think of that idea?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
Randy, there's a lot of grant money with the feds and money for disadvantaged communities. Would this fall into any of that? I know that's from FEMA has $4 billion for. I don't know if there's any of that, and could that grant money be used for this? Is the time frame aligning?
Well, we can look at that. I candidly can't answer that today. I will say this, because of the way this is funded at the state level, it will meet all the bells and whistles for a federal project, meaning Davis-Bacon and that type of thing, so that will not be an issue.
Okay.
But all we can do is look and see what may be available. The other question is when this money is going to have to be there, because they typically like to get that federal money out more quickly than that, but we can take a look.
Okay.
So if I understand Commissioner Kennard, what he's saying is, let's commit,
Yeah.
right? Because that gets the ball rolling by the board making the commitment, and then the way the plan for funding it would be to allocate X amount over X years out of the Duke money. What do you think of that, Mr. Oliver?
I've written it down.
Okay, all right. Yes, Commissioner
I would
Davis.
say that to marry the 2 ideas, number 1, we go ahead and commit. Number 2, we put aside the $400,000 from Duke over 3 years, which I think is a great idea. But then we definitely pursue grant funding, which would then possibly be able to release some of the Duke money back to other projects.
Sounds good. You get that written down too?
I've got it.
Okay. All right. Do you need to vote on that? You said you're looking for board discussion to address.
Well, there'll actually be an agreement that comes forward. Yeah, I would like a vote on it. We'll have to bring a funding agreement back with FDOT for the money.
Commissioner Kennard, do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we commit to the $1.229 million covering that shortfall out of the Duke Special Funds money over the next 3 budget cycles, equally divided. And in the meantime, we'll seek out any federal grant money that could possibly be out there to reduce what's required to come from that Duke money.
Okay, so
Second.
second from Commissioner Davis. Okay, we have a motion and a second. That was a very good motion, I thought. That was one of the better ones I've heard. So. Okay, is there any further public comment on that motion? Okay, Commissioners, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. 16 we've dealt with, 17 we've dealt with. E18, please.
Yes, this is approval of, we're requesting
16 was
16
pulled at
was
the adoption of
withdrawn.
the agenda.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
18, E18 is approval, we're asking for approval of travel for John Pritchard and Terry Natwick. This is funded out of the CVB, or the Tourist Development Tax, to Toronto for events connected with Destination International, their annual conference. They have an annual conference that they do training at. This has been, has not really occurred the last couple of years, or last year or two, because of COVID, because they're going out of country, and the cost is not that much different. It requires your approval.
Motion to approve item E18.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes the motion, second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comment? Is there any further board discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That's unanimous. E19, please.
Yes, E19 is we're asking for approve the transfer of light equipment to medium equipment operators, and B, approve employee reimbursement to the county for CDL costs if the employee voluntarily separates from the county within 1 year of the certification. They would reimburse the county on a pro rata basis. What we're trying to do is, one of the hardest positions that we have to fill right now are equipment operators. They're very much in demand in the construction industry, and we're doing a number of things. This is one of the items that we're doing to try to make it better to be able to recruit and retain these positions.
Motion to approve item E19, A and B.
To have a motion by Commissioner Kennard.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carnahan. A and B, is there any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
was just curious, just curiosity of how much the CDL license and training is. Do you have a ballpark, or do you know?
I heard the number and I don't remember. $1,200, was it? No, how much is the CDL license requirement?
It's, so they're changing the program, it could be 5,000.
No, they changed that, or
They have a
remember.
special deal at 12.
Yeah, Jim, can you give us the number for that? $1,200.
Thank you, I was just curious.
All right. Any other board discussion?
The people at the landfill don't really need a CDL, and that's one of the things we're doing, is to try to change the requirement, because they don't drive on a public highway, so they don't need the CDL, and we're trying to make this a little more flexible.
Thank you.
Okay, so we had commissioner discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That's 4-0. We'll record Commissioner Davis when she returns. E20, please.
Yes, this is a reclassification of Plans Examiner 3, and approve the restructure and reclassification of the Plans Examiner positions. Actually, it's one position right now. We're asking for that approval. This is something that came through Mr. Jones and the Growth Management Department, so we would seek your approval on it.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve E20.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Schleybaugh makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It passes 4-0. Okay, let's move on to E21.
Yes, E21, you've asked for a monthly monitoring update, and this is the update from Core Civic on the February 22nd monitoring report. We're recommending an assessment of $35,000 against Core Civic. We think they've made a lot of strides in the last month. We want to, so we've reduced the amount, is our recommendation, and they continue to make improvements, but they've got some things they need to do yet. Their representatives from Core Civic here, Carlos Melendez is here. I know Mr. Weed's here, and I believe they may have another gentleman with them. So if you would like to hear from them, they're available to discuss this.
Mr. Oliver, I don't think it's the board's prerogative to get involved in contract monitoring. We asked you to look into it, so, I mean, my feeling is there something that they're not doing that you've asked them to do? Is there, are they, are they in compliance or are they not? And what's your position?
Well,
on
they're
this?
making vast strides to come into compliance. They are not into compliance yet. But within the last month, they've adjusted their pay scales to make them more competitive. They're still down a number of officers, but they've increased it significantly. And I think that the progress they're making at this point is good. But they wanted to be here to answer any questions that you all may have.
Well, let's see if we get a motion first, since it's not in here as a presentation. So you're asking the board to concur with the recommended action of the non-performance assessment of $35,000 against them. So if the board's so inclined, that'd be the motion that, or any other motion the board wants to make, but that's what's on the agenda, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'll make the motion to approve item 21.
With the recommended action?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carnahan. Now, we'll open up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment? And that includes the folks from CORE, but we'll give you 3 minutes on this at this point in time if you want to say anything. And while we're doing that, Commissioner Davis, need to record your vote on item E19 and E20.
Aye and aye.
Okay, Madam Clerk, did you get that? Thank you. I'm going to give you each 3 minutes.
Thank you and good afternoon. Carlos Melendez, Core Civic. Just want to thank you for the opportunity. We are making strides and improvements to not only settle the staffing challenges, it's been unprecedented times, but also the procedures, the policies, how we service the community. I have spent some time in the community meeting with various folks and stakeholders to see how we can better serve you, and it's got our laser focused attention, and we'll continue to do so.
Got lots of time left, so. Everybody's good? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right,
Very good, thank you.
Is there
Thank
any
you.
other public input related to this motion? Okay, very good. So, Commissioners, any other further discussion? All right, so on the motion by Commissioner Kennard and second by Commissioner Carnahan to concur with the recommended action, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Let's go to item E22.
Yes, E22, we're asking, as you know, the strategic planning effort started and stopped because UCF lost their key personnel that were performing this engagement. There were some ads that were run. We've worked with the Chronicle to get to run the same ads as before. They've given us an advantageous price. However, there was, as I say, advertising that was run before, and we're asking for an additional spend of $780 for advertising with the Chronicle to try to enhance participation in the strategic planning process.
Motion to approve E22?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Slayball. Is there any public comment? Further Commissioner discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Item E23, please.
Oh, yeah. I got to get it
See, you
out.
don't think I pay attention when you tell me these things. You know, so-
Yeah, I understand. There's a lot going on today.
This is the one about the defensive, the insurance defensive driving.
Yeah, the defensive driving, we would ask
Yeah.
for that approval. What's been changed is there was an insurance requirement that doesn't apply to them, and they couldn't get it, so we're asking that be modified.
And we all have a copy of that, so
Yeah.
what's been in here. So Commissioners, what's your,
Motion to approve item E23.
Second.
okay, Commissioner Kennard makes the motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Commissioners, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Item F, please.
Yes, item F, we're asking for item number 9 to be deleted because it's been completed.
Motion to approve item F with the deletion of item 9.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes a motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there public comment? Is there further commission discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that's 5-0. Thank you. Item G1, Mr. Oliver.
Yes, G1 is a detail that we need to make you aware of what the options are. Under the final rules that were adopted and with the federal government on these grant programs, nothing seems to be final because they keep making changes. But on the American Rescue Plan, they have said that you can move $10 million for loss of revenue, which I call unquestioned, meaning that you don't have to substantiate that you actually suffered that. Okay, from a business perspective, it always makes the most sense to keep your revenue as flexible as possible in case certain events come up. The one thing, though, that is important is to maintain what I call financial discipline. We have committed a number of things to water and sewer projects, and we're proceeding down that path. But from a business perspective, we recommend that you move the $10 million revenue for the loss of revenue to an unrestricted account that can be used for any legal purpose the board sees fit, being mindful of what commitments have been made before. So we would seek your direction on that.
And Mr. Oliver, job is it going to be to keep the board mindful of the previous commitments? That was
the board.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. So, again, I think if we do this, we need to get another spreadsheet someplace that says this is where this money came from, this is what's been allocated, or what we said we're going to hold it for, so that we don't end up with remember our concern with the so-called Duke money of spending more than what we have. So, I mean, I agree with you, but we're going to have to watch it, I mean, in order to be, careful with it.
The board approved a spreadsheet previously.
That's what I'm saying, so we're good with that. Okay. So commissioners, what do you want to do? You want to approve the 10 million reserve, loss standard allowance selection, and
I would make a motion to approve that. I do want to make sure that this and future boards are reminded of what's been committed to.
okay, so we have a motion.
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Carnahan on a motion by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any further board discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. That's unanimous. Item G2, there was some discussion. Are we premature with having it on today? Do you want to bring it back?
Commissioner Davis brought up a good point, that we'd indicated that we were going to bring back what some other agencies do within the state of Florida. That information is not contained in here, so if you want to push that to the next meeting, that would be very appropriate. It really is going to boil down to whether this is a sunshine board or not.
Anybody have a problem with that?
No.
No problem? Okay,
Push
let's
the next one.
push it to the next agenda when you have the info. Okay, G3.
Yes, G3, the board asked that we put together the framework or the details for an RFP for county administrator search, and we provided that. We would seek your approval to be able to go ahead and issue this to firms that can do it. They can turn these around in about 2 weeks. They have canned boilerplate. They're very proficient at it.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan?
I did speak to Randy, I want to speak to the board. In our AR, we can spend up to $35,000 without going out for an RFP. So I don't know why we just don't go out and get 3 bids like we did when we hired Randy. We get 3 bids, we get them back pretty quick, and we get this out there a lot faster versus RFP, because I think, what's it, 30 days or something?
No, we can speed that up, because as I say, these are pretty much boilerplate. They'll just change the names. But
again,
we can do whatever you want. We
again,
can get 3
in our
quotes,
AR,
6 quotes, whatever
Yeah,
you
in
want.
our AR, we go up to that amount of money, so I don't think you have to go out for an RFP. I just think you go out and get the bids. And then let the board pick what company they're going to go with.
Well, we can send it to all of the companies on the list.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you mean
But I don't think you
get
have to go-
bids from everybody, and then we can pick
Yeah,
which
pick-
3
yeah,
we
but you don't
want
have to do an
there.
RFP is what I'm saying,
Right, right.
so.
You good with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay,
That's fine.
board good with that? I thought it was a pretty well detailed thing. On a related topic, just so the board knows, I've asked Randy to put together a timeline for us, just like he gave us on the budget. This was what happened. So now that this step has been approved, I've asked him to put together a detailed timeline of what he anticipates, selection of the firm, a meeting with the commissioners, receiving resumes, interviewing applicants, et cetera, et cetera. So that should be coming forward in the next few weeks, okay? So, let's see, we need do you want to vote
So
then?
I would make a motion that we go out just for bids versus an RFP.
Well, we go out for quotes, but.
Well, quotes, that's fine.
Yes.
So, and that's for the, based on this scope of services
Correct.
that's in front of us.
That's
okay?
correct.
And Madam Attorney?
And you want to use the 6 that were on that previous
That's fine.
agenda item?
That's fine.
I mean,
That's fine, and if somebody else says, hey, I would like to be interested, we'll be glad to send it to them too.
yeah, I don't know why you couldn't, so, yeah. Okay, so is that part of your motion then,
Yes,
Commissioner?
sir.
Carnahan, and is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Commissioner Slabaugh. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that's unanimous. We've done all of H. Let's move on to I. I'm going to state this very, very clearly. My understanding is we now have the authority to advertise this based on the resolution that was adopted today. Is that correct, Madam Attorney? Okay, so we want to announce the expiration of terms for 5 regular positions and the taking of applications for the Special Library District Advisory Board. The new 2-year terms will expire on January 31st, 2024. Deadline for applications is April 5th, 2022, with nominations and appointments to occur at the April 26, 2022 meeting of the Special Library District Governing Board, which we announced today at 1:15 on that date. Correct? So we have officially announced. Committee reports. Who wants to start? Anybody got any committee reports?
I had.
Commissioner
Spring-
Carnahan, you got some committee reports?
Spring Coast Steering Committee last week, we just went ahead and approved the projects that were in front of us, and I think we got 2 here. Citrus County, don't we? Yeah, we got 2 here that's for funding for sewer and things like that, so that's all.
Great. Commissioner Slabaugh, anything?
Yes, I met with the Veterans Advisory Board, talked quite a bit about the Veterans Village and the Public Safety Council, which we addressed with mostly about core civic. And then I was an alternate for the Withlacoochee Regional Water Supply Authority. And that was interesting. That is where I learned about I did glean some, with the 4 billion from the FEMA, and they just said that there's money out there and that there's a time limit, 5 years, to develop projects, and there's tons of money available. That was an exact quote, so I wrote that down. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Davis?
Yes, I had TDC and was super excited that we have the Dragon Boat Festival. Got that approved. Can't imagine why, because they do a great job. And Commissioner Slabaugh just stole my thunder on WRWSA, so thank you for that. That NACO committee meeting that I referenced earlier was really interesting to do a regional innovation accelerator. So, for example, they use like the Gulf, could be oil and gas, et cetera, but what's involved in that is it's typically a larger area than just one county. It has to have university research component to it, et cetera, et cetera. So I talked to Mike Zerwinski a little bit to follow up on his Fire Up Citrus presentation, which was about doing research on aquaculture up at Port Citrus and whatnot. And that seems like a really good fit for economic development in the Nature Coast region, which would be not just citrus, but also up through that very nature-driven area, Levy and a couple of counties north of there, most likely. And so I'm going to follow up on that because there's a lot of money available for that. Also, the Aviation Advisory Board has moved to going back and forth between the 2 airports, so that was kind of exciting. They met, and I just attend as a guest, went to Inverness Airport, and this time is at Crystal River. So that's all.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, as Commissioner Slabaugh said, unfortunately, I was out of town and I missed the Water Authority Board.
Oh.
Yeah, I was disappointed about that. But I did learn on my return that that I was elected as the vice chair for that board.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So
That was my exact comment.
my first official action as the elected vice chair of the Withlacoochee Regional Water Supply Authority will be to make a motion that we dissolve the entire thing and return the Charles A. Black well field to its rightful owner of the Citrus County citizens.
Good for you. Good for you. And do you expect that motion to pass?
No.
Yeah, well.
We're outvoted.
All right. Love your consistency, though. I mean, see, there's never any guessing about that. Anything else? Commissioner Kennard, anything else?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I just have the one from the TBRPC, which I'll share with you a couple of points. First of all, if the commissioners probably should have been invited to this, you've probably seen it. I'll leave it up to Randy to decide if staff should go to it, but there's basically a 2 full day summit being held in down in where does I go all the time? Pinellas Park. and yeah, down in Tampa. And this is going to be on the resiliency panels. Also, they're combining the Future of the Regions Award or whatever. But if you're interested in things like climate impacts and high tide rises, they're going to have people there from the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration. They've invited the governor. They haven't heard the confirmation yet to speak on the state of resilience in Florida, dealing with legislation, planning, and funding. They're going to have a panel discussion with county administrators. They're going to talk about making the economic case for resiliency in Tampa. And then they're going to have things like the mayor's panel talking about those issues. There's a topic in here talked about activating hyperlocal resilience initiatives. So if you're interested in that, I do believe that a local, well-known local organization, it may be in the running during the Future of the Regions Award. I haven't heard the finals of that, but I'm very excited that we've encouraged them to apply. I hope that they have. And so hopefully something will happen with that. But that's on April 5th, starting at 8 in the morning until 7 at night, and April 6th from 8:30 in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon, if anybody's interested in parts of it or whatever. And again, Randy, I don't know if any of our staff are interested or deal with that, or some of them may be going or not, just to remind everybody. Also, very interested, whoever is going to go be taking my place at the TBRPC next year, whether it's people on the board currently or future commissioners, you need to really start getting up on what they do. Besides being on the regular board, I'm also on the Florida Regional Councils Association Policy Board. We're a member of the Tampa Bay Regional Resiliency Coalition, which is 11 members of that board. And commissioners are always members of the 6 commissioners from the 6 counties are always members of the Executive Budget Committee, which is only 12 members. And also, we also have the Regional Cooperative Alliance, which is the 501c3 nonprofit that is under the umbrella of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, so that they can take donations from charitable foundations to do work. So a lot going on down there. It takes a long time to learn what they do. So anybody that's thinking about that in the future, because they keep asking me who's coming down, and I said, I don't know, but I'm letting you know what's out there. Also, very fascinating discussion. We usually we have at least a couple presentations. I told you all about this before. I'll give you the short version. The state gave planning agencies a grant for I think it's like 1.2 million or something like that. And basically it was to evaluate the emergency management statewide evacuation study. And what they did in the past is they did a survey, and they said, hey, if there was a hurricane tomorrow, what would you do? Would you stay? Would you leave? Whatever. And so they did the survey, which then we had a hurricane and nobody did what they said they were going to do. So what they did this time was fascinating. They mined travel data from people's cell phones. And so instead of asking them what they did, they could look to see what they did. And I'll just give you this instead of telling you all about it. It's called a video of the migration. And it's at www.floridadisaster.org/RES. Again, www.floridadisaster.org/RES. It's a fascinating video because you get to see the migration from Florida south to north of all the cell phones moving, and then when they start coming back. So And the numbers were pretty impressive. They talk about shelters. The numbers I have down here were like percentages. 2.8% of people went to shelters. 15.1% went to like motels, and 83% went to family and friends. So, which is good because there's not nearly enough shelter space. But if you want to know about what actually happens in hurricanes, they use that for plotting what we should plan to be doing based on what people actually do. So that was a very, very good study. And again, they continue to give us, they gave us an economic analysis. All this is on the TBIPC's website, if anybody wants to go see it, but also an economic analysis of the study that the pandemic had on businesses and who's recovering and who's not. Citrus County has some very interesting statistics in there, so you might want to look at that. And I was happy to present the chairman, who is Councilwoman Brandy Gabbard of the city of St. Petersburg, with the first proclamation from any member government. Ours was the first, so we stepped right out there. And everybody else gave excuses why theirs weren't there, but we were the first, just so you know. So appreciate the board for that. And we shall move into Commissioner Carnahan. You got anything for us?
Yeah, I do. I met with the Builders Alliance Monday at noon, and they brought some information to my attention that the board directed, when we directed staff on variances, and to go back and do that. The staff and Randy and them did a great job, and they brought it to the PDC. But it seems to me the PDC is now dragging their feet because they want to do workshops and things like that. But the staff did exactly what the board asked. The board asked to do, and I think we need to have a conversation on how we get this back in front of us quicker versus dragging this out until because they're not going to do a workshop until July? Is that correct? 60 days. 60 days. Okay, and then so somehow we need to get this back in front of us.
Put it on the agenda.
Okay, I mean it needs to be in front of us. We need to be dealing with it because putting this off. I mean if like I said, staff did a good job and brought to them, and this gets rid of 99% of your variance problems.
Yep.
Okay, and again, I think prolonging this, and then I also was told, that they want to go against the state building code, which you can't do, and things like that. So I just, I talked to Randy, and I told him I would bring it to the board, and I know Ms. Linda, you were probably there. I mean, you might want to give me some input on it, but I believe this needs to get back in front of us quicker. Really get in front of us, and we need to be making a decision because we directed them to do it. Now we're just getting it prolonged, and we're just dragging our feet.
Yep,
So
put it
that's
on
my
the
opinion.
agenda. I'd love to see it.
Unfortunately, state law, not this county law, but state law, Chapter 163, requires the planning agency to consider all changes to the land development code. So unfortunately, it can't come here without going there first. And I don't think it's a correct statement to say they wanted to, they weren't ready. The document itself had issues. The staff members that were presenting the issue couldn't answer the board's questions. And there were some issues that were raised that staff hadn't considered. The fact that the engineering department didn't consider that now any application, whether it be for a shed or anything, would have to be reviewed by the engineering department. They hadn't considered that because at this point they don't see those things, and they didn't appreciate perhaps that the changes in the language that they were proposing would require those things. So I think staff, the engineering department, was caught off guard when it was pointed out that, did they realize that now they were going to have this increased workload, and could they handle this increased workload? So I think it was collaborative between both staff and the board that it wasn't ready yet because there were too many unanswered questions. I don't think the board necessarily, from what I saw, that they were trying to kick the can down the road. I think that they raised issues that they felt like they were trying to be helpful to this board, that when it got here that some of these unanswered questions would be answered. I don't think they said that they weren't ready to decide. Staff gave them the option of noticing it as a workshop, but when it gets there, if all the questions are answered, I believe that the PDC would vote to recommend one way or the other to you. I understand that you're disappointed that it's not coming here as quickly as you want. I'm not sure about the statement that they're trying to go against the building code.
I had I forgot the papers, but Anyway, I had the stuff, but I forgot it, so or I
Oh.
could have read it off to you, but,
I mean, Mr. Gaston was there. I'd have to go, I'm not remembering that there, anyway, I don't think it was a delay tactic, but I understand you're disappointed. I mean,
well,
this-
here's what I can tell you is, Gaston was very impressed with, what staff presented, and I mean, they said
Oh.
staff did exactly what, we asked. Randy, didn't you believe the staff did a good job of taking, what they did at the PDC?
Yeah, I just talked with Brian Kaufman, and he indicated that he didn't have any real concerns, but I think that Ms. Lynn is indicating that based on state law, it has to
Right.
get through here.
That's disappointing.
Commissioner Kennard has a question.
Go ahead, no, you go right ahead,
Yes.
he's got the floor.
Yeah, if
No,
that
you got the
particular document can't make it to our agenda during this another ridiculous delay, what about a modification in the appeals process? Because right now, the private property owners that are wanting to develop, that are wanting to do something, are yet on hold again. We've been talking about this for, is it 3 years now? And still nothing. So they're going to get denied. Right now, their appeals are going to, or their applications are going to get denied by the PDC. Is there something that can make it to our agenda now that would allow those denials to appeal to the county commission?
I believe that's a question directed to you.
Yes, I'm just trying to think of how to respond. In order to have any type of change to the LDC, it has to go to the PDC first. So right now, there is no appeal process in the LDC. So you would have to amend the LDC to create the appeal process. That has to go through the PDC to get here. So no, at this time, I don't, there's no way to get it here. Even the appeal. We had an application at the PDC, and what happened, Ms. McKenzie was representing the individual. She wound up asking for a continuance because the board member said, you know, if we approve or we recommend approval, if the Board of County Commissioners approves this that's in our agenda next, then we could approve it, but if you're standing here now, we can't approve it. So they recognized the conundrum, and then she got up and asked for a continuance. So that's one application that for sure is going to wait now until y'all hear it. I don't have a good answer for you.
If we bring this to, if we put this on our agenda, while the PDC waits to go through their workshop and who knows what else they're going to do, you're saying right now that can't happen because they haven't acted on it. But I think they have acted on it. They just haven't voted yes or no. And, you know, I would ask who's gonna take us to task over that?
Where it will become an issue is if something gets approved or not approved based upon the new criteria. It would be up to anyone who objects to it being approved or denied. It goes both ways. So if somebody gets something denied, then they could say that your law was inappropriately passed, or it's not a valid law because it wasn't done correctly. So it would go either way. That's where the harm would come in.
So to throw another hand grenade in,
Yeah.
We talked about this before. Is there not some method where the board becomes the PDC?
No.
That
It
can't
not-
be done.
it's-
We have to maintain a separate PDC.
Planning board, yes.
Okay.
You know what, I don't want to say definitively. Let me look that up.
'Cause you know what we
I
did
don't
with
want to
the
say it
CR
definitively, but I'm pretty sure it's not like like a CRA or you can't create let me look.
And the reason I bring that up is I thought, when I looked at the history of this before, that was set up to keep political pressure off of those kind of decisions, okay? That's why the PDCs were set up. And I understand that, but I'm just saying if there's this constant, you know, if it seems like we're getting constantly bogged down and back and stuff, I mean, It sounds a little bit like the library. We've had some issues, we're trying to get them straightened out, it's just taking a while to get through them. But I'm just saying, is there the nuclear option to say,
Well, I don't think the PDC is trying not to approve this. That, it was just the first time it was brought to them. So, you know, I didn't see any purposeful delay on their part.
now keep in mind, I'm not saying this is a good idea, I'm just
Right,
asking the
so-
question. so.
Yes, and so you do have the option of giving everything to a special master. You know, there are jurisdictions that have a special master that hears all these land use issues, and then the only time it would come to the board is to either accept or reject the special master's determination, or if there's any appeals. But I don't know for sure about the question of, can this board be the PDC? Can this board be the land planning agency? Chapter 163, which is the whole growth management, it started back in 1985, is what requires there be a land planning agency of the county.
Just a question, it's always
I
good to
know.
know. So I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
I'm sorry, I don't want to
It's
say
okay. That's
definitively
good.
on
We
the
kind of threw
other.
that at you. Mr. Oliver, you got a comment?
Yeah, one practical consideration, and I don't know the law in this particular area at all, but remember, even if that's legally possible, this is going to require 2 fairly long meetings a month just to administratively handle what's being done. So I just want everybody to be aware of that.
Like I said, I'm not saying it's a good idea, you're just exploring all the options. Yes, sir, Commissioner Kennard.
Could the PDC not have approved what was before them and then go back and address any additional components of it that they felt like needed to be addressed at a later date? You know, my concern here, and this is gonna touch a nerve every single time, is that this is what applicants, not just, let's leave residential stuff behind, but commercial applicants, when they come in and want to go through this application process, this is what they run into. They get mired in the mud, in the quicksand of government, and they go, you know what, I'm out. And they go to the next county over, where they don't get bogged down in all of this. Right now, we have no earthly idea. If somebody were to come in today and say, we want to do a $10 million project in your county on this piece of property, but we need this variance to make this happen, we have no earthly idea if or when they'll ever get that application, or if or when they would ever get that approval. We can't even approval or denial. We couldn't tell them, when's it going to be heard? Well, we really can't tell you that. All right, we're out. That's what's going on here.
So we need to get some definitive dates for stuff to happen.
Let's go. It's been years.
I got one more.
Okay, yes, sir, you still have the floor.
And then the second one, I got a phone call from a constituent on the barnuminium, okay? He came into the county, brought all the plans, they said, yes, you can do that. Then we made a decision that's not on the book, saying 51% or something. And this building here had 2 bedrooms, 2,400 square foot living, and on and on. And so when he put the package together, spent, thousands of dollars putting the package together and takes it back in there, they immediately told him no. So we've got to get that, we got to figure. He was supposed to send me the plans, so I could, but I haven't got anything.
I've got them, I can send them out. I've sent you the, previously, a couple of weeks ago, I sent the elevations, okay, so you can look at it.
Now, this is for Lewis?
He's talking about a different one.
Oh, is this a different one? The one that I'm talking about was 3,000 square feet.
I've seen the one you're talking about, and it only
efficiency.
had a little room in it. This here has 2,400 square foot of living in it. I mean,
I
it's
don't know
got 2
about this
bedrooms, bath, and they came in and met with staff, okay, and staff said, yeah, we can do it, and then we make a determination that's not even on our books.
Give me the
You're saying
name and
this
let me
board
look
may-
at that. I don't know.
His name's Lewis, but I'll get with him and get you the info. But
Give me the
to me,
info.
I can totally understand why you denied the other one, because that's just a huge building. But this here is the whole second top was livable. So, I think we got to look at these things. Okay. But again, it's disappointing to hear they came in there said they could do it, then they put everything together, got everything together, and they go in and got denied. Say, oh, you can't build this.
Well, when people do that, though, this is what I've done. I did this years ago when we bought our industrial piece of property over off of Arlington. I wasn't going to make a huge investment on somebody telling me something. I had the county write me a letter telling me that I could do, and all I'm saying, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying, when people say, well, they told me I could do it, I go, who told you? Who told you you could do this? Well, somebody. Well, you don't go out and make a major investment on somebody.
They have the names.
Okay, well, as long as they have names, they can give you.
They have
Okay.
the names.
Well, then make sure Randy gets
I'll get
those
all the
names.
info.
Okay, all right. Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad I corrected myself. I did just look at the statute, and the governing body may appoint itself as the land planning agency with the addition of a non-voting school board member. So you could send it out to a special master, you could become the planning agency, you just have to add a school board member. Currently, Chuck Dixon is the non-voting school board member on the PDC.
And just so everyone knows, I'm not advocating for that, but that's an option that's out there. So I'm just saying.
The nuclear.
Y'all will earn your.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm done. I'm done.
Are you sure?
No, I just wanted to get them out there. There was a concern
Okay.
yesterday. And again, it was more of our LDC doesn't say this, and the building code says something different, and then and I'm not going to mention that that and some of the board members wanted to go against what when you have Joanne Coutu and you got them guys that are experts in this, bringing this to them, to me they should be listening and they should be getting it through because
I don't believe Ms. Coutu had much to do with the amendments.
again, all I can tell you is what I was told is staff did a good job getting that to them, Mike Sherman and them, and again, to me, when you got the experts that get this stuff, and it was going to do exactly what this board directed, and here we are prolonging it, and it probably won't get to us, and who knows when. So, just a little disappointing.
All right, Commissioner Kennard, you're up next. Anything for us?
Yes, the only thing that I've got for you is on our next regular BOCC meeting agenda, I've got an item on there that requires some information that I think is best delivered in a brief presentation by Mickey Thomason from the Cross Florida Greenway. So I would like to see if we could schedule that as a presentation for him to give you the background information to give a better understanding of why I'm asking for what I'm asking for. Naturally, I wouldn't be asking for him to come and do this presentation if he's not going to lay positive groundwork for it. And then once you've got the information that I've got, then we can have a discussion on my particular issue.
Is the rest of the board interested in hearing the presentation?
Yes.
Sure.
So I don't see a problem with scheduling a presentation, but let's schedule it for not at 1 o'clock or 1:30 or
Sure.
whatever. I mean, if he doesn't mind not having a time certain, we'll try to put him in as fast as we can.
Okay.
But we don't know how long public input and stuff like
Sure,
that takes.
sure.
But I have no problem scheduling for a presentation. What's he gonna need, like 15 minutes or 20 minutes?
I
or-
would think 15, 20 minutes would be very
Okay.
long.
So why don't we plug him in for 20 minutes, and we can keep that in mind when, Randy, when you guys put together the agenda, and, if we keep them to that, then that'll give time for the board to ask questions. So again, we don't need to do this if the board's not interested in hearing it, but if you are,
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
schedule
interested.
it, move forward. Okay?
Very
Anything
good,
else?
thank you.
Okay. I'm always interested in trails and stuff. Okay, let's see, Commissioner Davis, you have an item for us.
Yes, sir. I have one voting item and then two brief updates on other things. Just turn my mic back on. So, motion to approve medical examiner, approve and authorize the chairman to execute the resolution increasing certain medical examiner fees.
This does not have a budget impact, by the way.
Yeah, and I'll be happy to explain that. I just thought I'd get the motion out there.
Sure, there's a motion, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, so Commissioner Davis makes the motions, Commissioner Carnahan makes the second. Is there any public comment? Any board discussion?
Yes,
Yes.
I'll just give you
Yes.
guys the briefing because
Okay.
Mr. Oliver was a little confused on this. We pay on a per capita basis, period, full stop. So they have not increased the fees for cremation or for autopsies in many years. So to bring it more into market rates, they moved the autopsy fee from $2,500 to $3,500. We don't pay for autopsies. We only do our share of 6 counties that share in a morgue system. It is I think it was Lake County actually did more than any of the rest of us. So due to their excellent fiscal prudence, I believe we're actually going down $1,000 in our share. The state will have to bear the brunt of the cost for prisoner autopsies and so forth. So that's it. And then we do have a new morgue that's inbound, an expense for that, but it's several years out still.
Okay, any other board discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Anything else?
Yes, sir. So I was invited to take part in the Women in Welding. So I learned to weld last week at WTC. They make even more money than I do running my ad agency, so I'm basically thinking about quitting all those jobs and starting to weld. So it's, they said I was a natural. Anyway, but it was really interesting to go through that process. So if any of you have any young ladies in your life that are looking for a really great career where you can make well over $100,000 a year, like closer to $2, I would encourage them to go to WTC for that. Secondly, I ducked out a few minutes early from the workshop this morning to attend the poverty simulator run at WTC, located at WTC, run by the Citrus County Educational Foundation. It's part of my involvement with Prosperity Citrus, and I strongly recommend my fellow commissioners to go through this when we have future ones. I've given this speech multiple times, and I got to actually somewhat experience it today. It was all play acting, of course, but I said I would challenge any of us who have a house, we're employed, we've got a car, all of those good things. If we were to have all of that stripped away, including losing all our network, I would challenge any of you to go around and hit all the services to get the get your 10 root causes of poverty fixed. So, for example, I was a 34-year-old woman recently abandoned by my husband. I have no idea where he is, so I can't get child support. I have a 17-year-old son, 14-year-old daughter. He left me with $10 in cash, a bus pass, and I had some jewelry, a camera, and some appliances that I could hawk, but then I couldn't actually pay, I couldn't cook food for my kids. So you had 15 minutes was 1 week, and they ran a timer for 15 minutes, and the whole room had various, as I would say, pillars. So there were social services, there was a lady that was, you could get a job with, there was a food store, there was a place to get the EBT card, there was all that. And, and I knew I was gonna be, completely gobsmacked by this, but I'm like, okay, come up with a plan with the kids. First thing I'm gonna do is go get a job, because that's how I'm wired, right? I didn't make it to get to the job until week 3, which was the third 15 minutes. And I was told that I could come back in a week to interview, okay? My kids and I went hungry the first week. I never got to get food, because that's how long it took to try to go through all these Byzantine crazy rules, and I didn't know what to ask for, and then these people are playing games like not signing something, and I had to go back, and every single time I moved around that room, I had to have a bus pass. And so, of course, I bought them from the Payday Loans guy, and the first time I bought them, it was 10 $1 passes for $15, and the second time it was $20. So
I did that at FAC.
You did the poverty simulator?
Yeah, we both did.
Oh,
We both
good.
did. You did, yes.
And Gene McGee went through it with me today as well. So he had a much better situation than I did. So it was a pretty humbling experience. So
Anything else?
no.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, as a matter of fact, when we went through it, the lady, some of the fellow commissioners that were in that, when I've run into them at later events, they would say, remember I was she was about 70, and she goes, remember I was the 16-year-old girl or whatever,
Right, yeah,
so. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Okay,
well,
nothing else.
Buster Thompson from the Chronicle was my 14-year-old daughter.
All right. I don't have anything else for you.
Oh, man.
County Attorney, do you have anything for us? County Attorney, do you have anything for us?
I think you forgot me.
Did I forget you? I'm sorry. Do you have anything for us?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right.
No, sir.
Okay, great. Now, open to the public. Is there anyone here who will address the board?
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. John Labriola, Inverness. So I just wanted to bring up the issue that's been brought up by a couple of the previous speakers regarding one of the members of the Library Advisory Board who's been abusive on more than one occasion to the public. And since you're having a meeting on April 26th of the Library Governing Board, I looked at the resolution governing this Library Governing Board, and among their responsibilities and among their powers are to remove for misfeasance or malfeasance any member of that Library Advisory Board. I believe that the case has clearly been established that Phyllis Peters is very abusive to the public, not on one occasion, with the assault, but also on this recent occasion, abusing a member of the public, insulting her, saying she's insane simply because she was emailing the board to ask them to vote a certain way. So can that item of considering Phyllis Peters' removal from the Library Advisory Board be included in that agenda on April 26th, since it is the Library Governing Board that has that authority, because she's not one of the 5 members whose terms are expiring now. So that's something I would like to see on that agenda. But also, as you consider the other 5 positions that you are looking to fill or decide whether to reappoint or replace, we were told by one Commissioner Davis that if you have an issue with these LGBT displays, take it up with the Library Advisory Board. We did do that, and they were obviously very dismissive, disrespectful. Disrespectful. So you can't tell us anymore that take it up with the Library Advisory Board when that Library Advisory Board is now up for reappointment or replacement. So we don't get to vote for those people. So it is incumbent upon now the board to replace those people who were so disrespectful to the dozens of people that showed up at that meeting this morning. And so, that's something, please don't tell us, take it up with the Library Advisory Board. If that Library Advisory Board and those applicants are up before you and you don't replace them, they need to be replaced. Finally, I just spoke to Eric Head as he was walking out and asked him specifically if this display will be coming back in June. And his answer was, well, we have to see, pull materials and see. Well, unless all that stuff is checked out, they had a lot of materials in the libraries in the LGBT display. So unless somebody checks out all those dozens of materials, that sounds to me like that will be coming back unless something is done. So this is the opportunity to to respect what the vast majority of the people that were at the meeting today and for months and months have asked. This is the opportunity to replace those people on the Library Advisory Board, because it is back before you. This hot potato is back in your lap. Thank you
very much. Is there anyone else to address the board at this time about anything? Any other public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment. I'll just respond to that briefly and say this. I can't speak for everybody, but now when we talk about the governing board, that's this 5 plus 2, and when it comes to things like removing people or whatever, I personally don't make those kinds of decisions based on somebody said this, somebody said that, somebody else said something different. So I would suggest, my suggestion would be is that board is going to meet on the 26th. We're going to take open to the public, just like we always do. If you have evidence to present, okay, then that's what you would do. I don't think any board member, especially any elected person, is going to make a decision to remove somebody without evidence, not just based on, and again, I don't read all this scandal stuff and whatever. I deal in facts, what people can show, so that would be my opinion. If somebody said, I don't like this person, I want them removed, that's not grounds to remove them. If they've done something that can be demonstrated with hard and fact evidence that is going to be pretty compelling, which, what do we always say, competent and substantial evidence based on findings of fact. I mean, that's what this has to come down to. Then it would be up to the majority of the board. And then follow through on that. Here's what it comes down to. That's why these appointments need to be done by elected people. Because let's say every single person that you or any other person wants on that board, this board appoints. Okay, well then you're happy and you can let your elected people know that. And if they appoint every single person you don't want on there, then you're unhappy and you can let your elected people know that too. And that's what elections are about. So, unelected people don't have to stand for election, but the people that appoint them do. That's why I don't like the idea of passing down decision-making responsibility to advisory boards, just for that very reason. So, all that to say, everybody's going to have their chance on the 26th, but I don't think if you get up and say somebody said this and somebody else said they didn't, that's going to be very compelling evidence. That's just what I think. So, now, anybody else have any comments on that subject?
Yes, Chair, I'll just
Kennard.
just chime in briefly here. I thought Councilman Brown made a great point today when he said that and I don't know, none of us know exactly, other than the folks that were there, know exactly what was said at that meeting. But his comment that they're an advisory board. They don't make policy. They vote on something and bring it to this board to set the policy. And just because they vote against something that they've chosen not to bring it to this board, that they're not our appointed advisory board is not coming to the county commission saying change this. So, I still take the position that we're not being asked by those that we've appointed to change our policy. And until they do that, I'm not going to move
Me to
on.
be the devil's advocate and tell you I haven't heard the PDC come to us and ask to change our policy either, right? And you want that changed.
I want to change the LDC.
Well, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, I just, again, like I said, I thought you were going to say, well, just because a person on that board might disagree with somebody isn't grounds for removal. That's where.
Right.
But again, it's the fact of how people were treated or said or, whatever.
Oh, I
So,
agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay, any other comments on the last speaker? Okay, by my watch, we have 5 minutes until we reconvene, so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to announce the upcoming meetings. Regular meeting on April 12th at 1 o'clock, another regular meeting on April 26th at 1 o'clock, and another one on May 10th at 1 o'clock, and we have at least 8 workshops listed on the agenda. So if you're interested in the first one, if you're following the scorecard, virtually every morning of a commission meeting at about 9 o'clock, we're going to have a workshop. So that's a good thing to pencil in. So with that said, commissioners, we're going to take a recess for 5 minutes and come back here at 5:01. First one up is CPA AA 2203, and let's see, Madam Attorney, you want to take us through this? Is this going to be quasi-judicial, or are we going to do the disclosures of ex parte and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is a public hearing. So with regard to CPA AA 22-03, have you had any ex parte communications we need to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Carnahan.
No. Commissioner Stubach, turn on your mic.
No, sorry.
No.
Okay.
Thank you. And with regard to this public hearing, at the conclusion, you're going to be asked to consider 2 ordinances. The first is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 14.82 acres from the heavy industrial district to the high-density residential district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And the comprehensive plan amendment is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 14.8 acres from the industrial district to the high-density residential district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing and providing for effective date, and I believe Mr. Stillwell is here for the applicant.
Mr. Stillwell, are you ready?
I'm here for the applicant. Thank you. Good evening, Clark Stillwell, 320 South Highway 41, the Brandon Bank Building in Inverness, Florida, on behalf of what I'm going to call the Carroll Family Trust and the contract vendee buyer, Linwood Development Corporation. The request is straightforward G-Flume LDC Atlas amendment from high-intensity industrial to HDR. HDR is the primary district within your land use plan and LDC for multifamily use. Property, as you'll see from the slide presentations, is completely surrounded by commercial uses and residential uses. It's 14 acres, and I want to tell you basically how it got there. It started in the early 1960s when A.T. Carroll, right down the street, he had a dump truck, and he decided to get in the asphalt business. And he got in the asphalt business and the concrete business right down the street on top of the railroad track property. He was very successful. A.T. was a self-made man, high school graduate. And because he was successful, he and the ire of the city politicians and the folks living on the lake didn't like his industrial plant being downtown. So A.T. picked up his plant and moved out to the corner of Croft Road and State Road 44 in the early 70s. And at that time, there was nothing out there, which suited A.T. quite well. His house was where the current Bell's is. He had a big pasture. The Walmart store was his plant site. And he stayed there for years. So in 1990, when the comp plan was adopted, and then also in 86, it was zoned industrial to reflect his use at that time. He bought this 14 acres, which is vacant, as a buffer against the residential to the north. Mr. Carroll was very successful. He sold off his business to Sunshine Materials, and then they sold off the business to the shopping center. It was commercial, and then he sold off the piece to Walmart, and it was zoned commercial. And then this 14-acre piece, which was a buffer, still industrial, has sat there for years. So the time has come to put it to good use, and the proposal by Linwood Development is to put multifamily units on it. Basically, they're looking at either 1 or 2 unit units, anywhere from 800 to 1,400 square feet. That's their intended use. I want to emphasize to you that this is fundamentally a down zoning in intensity and use. The industrial classification is an anomaly that occurred because of historical development. It's not an appropriate site for industrial use. It is in the planned service area. It has central water and sewer. It has no environmental constraints, and it's right next to all that commercial use. So the transition from commercial to high-density residential is appropriate for low-income housing, workforce housing. If you know anything or read anything about affordable housing today, all they talk about is density, higher density. So this is the highest density district that we have in the county. There are no concurrency issues. It's got central water and sewer. The engineer's records about stormwater are on record, and the solid waste letters are on record. And to conclude, basically, this is a more compatible use. There's some neighborhood commercial around it. There's a residential subdivision, a mixture of mobile homes, single-family residence to the north, and this is a good transition use. At the PDC, they passed this unanimously. There was a discussion about traffic, and I took out my Institute of Traffic Engineer volumes, put my traffic engineer hat on, and I reviewed basically the impacts of light industrial versus a multifamily. And if this was developed into light industrial, you're talking approximately 6.97 trips per 1,000 square feet. Apartments is 6.28 per unit. You did 10,000 square feet of light industrial. It's 1,255 trips per day, average daily trip time. If you did multifamily at 8 units, it's 755 trips. So the traffic from multifamily is marginally less.
I can tell you that the site won't access onto Croft Avenue. It just won't happen because of that hill, if you know the site. Site visibility probably cannot be met, but so access onto the residential street and go to that corner. Commissioners, it was passed unanimously by your PDC, so we would ask again that you adopt this, and we'll try and do the best we can with the site.
Okay, Commissioners,
Questions?
any questions for the applicant? Yes,
I cry foul,
what is that?
because I'm always told I'm not allowed to be an engineer.
Oh, well.
But Mr. Stillwell gets to be an engineer.
That's because it's a public hearing, and it's called the First Amendment.
I do have
That's what
just
it is.
quick question. This may be for staff, but they're coming up next. As I understand, this is that area behind Bell's, actually, at the
Right.
top of the hill. And did we not approve on that same street or in that same area the railroad cars or the storage cars? That's on that same area, right? I just want to make sure I had my.
To the west.
Right, right. Mhm,
There's
great.
this site, the drainage retention area for the shopping center and Walmart, and then
Right. I remember the tiny homes were in that area.
Tiny
in
homes,
that
yeah.
site, yep. Okay, thank you. So, okay, thank you. Don't go far.
I'm not going to go through the PowerPoint unless you
Okay.
want to.
It's up to you.
No,
It's your
I'll wait.
presentation.
It's my PowerPoint, so I'm going to go through
Okay.
it.
All right.
I'm
Thank
sure
you.
Ms. Coutu will show you where the
All
tiny homes
right.
are.
Yeah,
Ms.
very-
Coutu, you ready with the staff presentation?
Absolutely. As Mr. Stillwell very well stated, this is going from heavy industrial and industrial to high-density residential, approximately 14.8 units. It is on Croft Avenue. You've probably all driven past this behind Bell's, but not realized it is industrial. He's given quite the history that I wasn't aware of. I do know they tried in 2004 to change this, but that was a time when we had a lot of traffic study issues. Just off this map, it's on this map, you can see the subject property, and then you see the longer lots there on Dawson Drive. That is the area you're talking about. There were the container homes, PUDs, that is still developed. I know one of them has been put up. I'm not sure about the remaining container homes and their status, but they're just not quite abutting, but very close to this particular site. This is vacant. You can see the Bell's shopping plaza there to the south, and obviously this is a non-residential area with residential to the north. Not really much to see. Here's the land use, surprisingly industrial, surrounded by all this residential and commercial. Obviously, it's got the history. Planning and Development Commission discussed this on February 17th, 2022. They did recommend approval unanimously.
It may be way ahead of the game. I'm just curious. I heard the applicant say access wouldn't be off Croft. Where do you propose the access?
Right,
would be?
they apparently, at least what he testified at the PDC, is they own some land on Dawson, some of those lots, and they are planning on coming in that direction.
I see. Okay.
Access management would absolutely be looked forward. There is quite the hill here.
Yeah, I was going to say, because if all those lots are there, that, you know, it looks kind of landlocked if you don't come in off of Croft, but if that was the issue, fine. Okay, any questions from staff? For staff? Does the applicant have any questions of staff?
No, sir.
All right, so at this time, we'll open the public hearing on this. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone speak in favor? Third and final time, anyone speak in favor? Is anyone here to speak opposed to this application? Yes, sir, please come forward. If you would, give us your name, address, you'll have 3 minutes, and when you're done, if you'd give the clerk a green card there with your name and information, on it, we'd appreciate it.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Richard Frank. I live at 2677 East Marcia in the Salina Hills subdivision of Citrus Hills, which is just to the west of Croft. I don't oppose the residential zoning of this, but if you look at the map that she has up there right now, the entire area is medium density or low density. And making this a high-density area and then moving everything to Croft, or to Dawson. Dawson and Croft are the most harrowing place that you can possibly go to. The minute you're done with that, you're right at the top of the hill and you're at the shopping center. So it's a white knuckle ride through there. All this is going to do is cause more traffic to be on Dawson. It's going to push more costs on Citrus County to upgrade that intersection. There's no left turns at that intersection. There's no right turns, and it's just a big mess is what's going to happen. So I'm not opposed to the residential. They have a right to do what they want with their property, but they definitely should mold into the surrounding community, which is medium and low residential.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here to speak opposed to this application? Anyone else to Speak opposed. Third and final time. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. The applicant has the opportunity to rebut anything that he heard in opposition.
The reason we're asking for higher density residential is simply put, is because this county has a real issue with affordable housing. And the way you get to affordable housing is higher density. If you want to have medium density or low density, then you're just passing along the cost of housing to people that really can't afford it. This is an opportunity for the developer to try to address those issues. In our application, we cited multiple provisions of the housing element, why this would be consistent. So, and if you look at it, this is a great place for workforce housing where people can walk to their commercial jobs on the 44 corridor. So that's why we're here with that classification.
Great. Dealing with the traffic issue, one final question. I know we've talked about it. I believe it's in our long-range plan to widen Croft at some time in the future. Does that have any, I mean, it might not happen in my lifetime, but I think it's in the long-range plan. Is there any implications of that dealing with the traffic configuration and intersections? Have you considered any of that in the future? Or?
As part of the application, we reached out to the county engineering department. It's not in your 5-year CIP. Okay.
It's in the long-range transportation plan.
Long range. And the right-of-way is barely wide enough for 4 lanes. I will say on the east side of the road, there's nothing, but there is a county drainage retention area. And there's certainly on 14 acres, additional right-of-way off this piece is not an issue. But it's over the hill next to Bell's that you really cramp up.
Right. Yeah. Well, I drive that road virtually every other day, and I know what the gentleman was talking about the at the intersection. I mean, if you're going down Croft, it's not a big deal. If you're trying to get out on Dawson, it can back up. So,
well, Commissioner, I probably shouldn't say this, but Croft and 44 is the highest accident rate in the county, but that's not a function of this property.
Right. I was just trying to look it down the road, because tell me, you're great at history. Wasn't it the story that the county at once had the opportunity to not allow that bank on the corner to be rebuilt because they were going to widen Croft Road, and now if they do, they're going to have to buy that bank to do it?
That's a true story.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That's a true story.
Okay, thanks, sir. I know you're a good person for history of Citrus County, so
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody have any questions for the staff? We've been through that. You heard the public input. Commissioners, what is your preference with this application?
I do want to point out that Mr. Stillwell's last name is spelled wrong at the beginning of the AA ordinance. So, I don't know how picky the legal aspect of that would be.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'd make a motion that we approve CPA AA-22-03, and B, adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the ordinances for same law offices Clark Stillwell.
And what is that based on, sir?
Competent and substantial evidence.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, and we have a second by our Commissioner Davis first. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further board discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Let's move on to item T2, AA-22-02. Madam Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I know I told you earlier I was going to have to scoot, but my meeting got canceled, so you're stuck with me. With regard to CPA AA-22, oh, I apologize, that's the one we just heard.
Now we're on T2.
Yes, sir. With regard to AA-22-02, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose? And I'll start with Commissioner Carnahan.
No.
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 Thank you. And at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance as Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 0.84 acres from the general commercial district to the low-intensity coastal and lakes district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Is the applicant ready with presentation?
And Mr. Chair, the applicant is here. She did speak at the planning board. I don't think she's a big fan of public speaking, so
Okay.
she may not want to, but we'll give her the
That's
opportunity.
fine.
No, she's waving. Okay, that's
Okay,
fine. We
okay.
did talk about it beforehand.
Okay, so then we're going to move forward with the staff presentation?
That's fine.
Okay.
This was actually done by Jennifer Perkins, one of our new planners, who's sitting behind me and behind Doug there. There you go. All right, this is an application to change approximately 0.84 acres on the Land Development Code Atlas. Right now, it has a GNC designation on the Atlas and a CL designation on the flume. Not inconsistent. The applicants would like to put a wholesale nursery there. So by changing the Atlas to match the CL district, that will allow them to put that wholesale nursery in place. This was heard by the Planning Board on February 17th, 2022, and recommended for approval.
Does the commissioners have any questions of staff? Okay, no, okay, so at this time we'll open this up to public comment or the public hearing. Is anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone speak in favor? Third and final time. Anyone speak in favor? Is anyone here opposed to this application? Anyone who wishes to speak opposed? Third and final time. Anyone opposed? Okay, we will close the public hearing. There's no need for a rebuttal since nobody spoke against it, so I'll ask the commissioners what they would like to do.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve AA-22-02, and B, adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the ordinance for Ms. Emily Zediker, based on competent and substantial evidence.
All right. Seconded by Commissioner Carnahan. All right, commissioners, is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. See how easy government is? T3, please.
Yes, with regard to CPA AAPUD-21-15, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose,
No.
Commissioner Carnahan?
No.
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 It has to be that way.
At the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 192.4 acres from the heavy industrial district to the low-density residential district with a planned unit development for residential uses, providing for conflicts, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And the comprehensive plan ordinance, an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 192.4 acres from the industrial district to the low-density residential district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. I believe Ms. Corbin is here for the applicant.
And can I ask, just for clarification, did we receive this before and it was submitted, or is this a brand-new submittal?
This is actually your adoption hearing. You saw this at transmittal.
That's what I thought, because all the responses here from the agency, so.
Correct.
Okay, so we have seen it, so this is the adoption phase, just so
Right.
everybody's clear. Okay, is the applicant ready for their presentation?
Good evening, Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson representing the applicant. I'm here with Steve Lutz of Eisenhower Property Group and Don Lacey from Coastal Engineering. And in interest of your time, I'm not going to give a separate presentation. I'm going to defer to your fine staff to give their PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, very good, thank you. Staff, yeah.
And actually, you've seen the PowerPoint before, so it's up to you if you want to see it again. I'll point out the Department of Economic Opportunity had no comment. Other agencies had no comments or no concerns. Florida Fish and Wildlife talked about there is a bear-human interaction issue in the area, which they've let the applicants know about.
Bear-human?
Yes, apparently there's bear-human interactions in the area, according to the Florida Fish and Wildlife. Otherwise, there were no concerns from state agencies. You've seen this before, but if you want to see it again, we certainly can. This is a CPA AA for a PUD with 192 acres.
I personally, you know my position on PUDs, they answer a lot of questions, so, and we saw it before. Commissioners, do you have any questions about the applicant? Did you want to see more information? Okay, so we've heard from the applicant. Let's open this up to public hearing. Actually, we heard from the applicant and the staff, right? We ready for the public hearing at this time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe, Commissioner Slaybaugh, maybe that was the meeting you weren't.
Because this does not seem, is there a dog park on this?
Yes.
Okay,
No,
it originally said dog park, but there's not one, and you brought that up. The applicant corrected that, yes, thank you. It's a park, but not a dog park.
It's still on good. Okay, thank you. I went blank.
No, you're correct. You brought that up in the transmittal, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of this application? Anyone here to speak in favor? Third and final time, anyone speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak against this application? Is there anyone opposed to this application? Third and final time, is there anyone opposed? Okay, we will close the public hearing and ask the commissioners what their pleasure. Oh, but let me ask this quickly. There are 14 conditions. These were the original 14 conditions, were they not? So none of
Right,
that's
they have
changed?
not changed.
Okay, good, okay. Commissioners, what would you like to do? Commissioner Kennard, you're on a roll
All right,
down there
you
tonight.
got it. Based on competent, substantial evidence, I make a motion that we approve CPA AA PUD-21-15 and adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the same ordinance.
Okay, and I heard Commissioner Carnahan second that. Is there any further board discussion on that motion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Commissioners, according to the agenda, we've completed today's business. Good job, we're adjourned.